2016 at approximately 7:03 p.m.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. With your permission, I'd like to do roll call.
Please.
We have Councilmember Sapkowski, post 1.
Here.
Mr. Lynn, post 2.
Here.
We have Corey Davenport, post 3. Yeah. Gosh, I'm out of sequence with this one, y'all. We have Mr. Bob Gray, post 4. Please forgive me.
Here.
Thank you. I'm so glad to see you. We have Ms. Stephanie Andres, post 5. Here. And Steve Rocket, post 6.
On behalf of the council, we're very happy to have you back.
I don't know, y'all. Thank you very much. We do have a quorum for our meeting tonight.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as I said in the work session, and as Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent just said, it's great to have you back.
Thank you. It's good to be back and good to be seen. I appreciate everybody's thoughts and prayers. With your permission, we have a scout in the house tonight. We have Star Scout Josh from Troop 2000. He has going to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. If I would ask everybody to please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your help. Folks, for those of you standing in the back, love to have you stand, but there are a whole lot of seats, so why don't you take a sec and fill in wherever you can so we can try to keep our fire marshal from getting too upset. Got a whole bunch of seats up here on the front, among other places. So let me give you a second to go ahead and find some seats.
Did you take a picture? Show this. I've never seen it. No, never mind. That might not let it go.
This is the most we've ever had.
I know. See, I was doing the same
Not-
thing. This is a Facebook page.
Councilmember Gray, as much as this is the most you've ever seen, this is not the most we've ever had. And for the rest of you who are still here, I don't know that we have any extra seats to accommodate you. I apologize. We'll see if we can. But in the meantime, if you can just make sure that you don't block either of the doors. That's my fire speech for today. One other thing, before I get to my opening comments, in a few minutes we will get to our first of two opportunities for the public to make public comment tonight. I would ask that you take a look at the agenda, and there are copies of that in the back. There is at least two items on tonight's agenda. One will be a zoning case, and the other will be our discussion about potentially looking at our nuisance ordinance. Some of you may think of that as the noise ordinance. Both of those will have public hearings. And if you'd like your input to be part of that public hearing record, it's important that you give it during the public hearing, not during the opening comments. That's not in any way to try to discourage you from making whatever free speech you'd like to offer up during the public comment section, but we have public hearings and it's more appropriate on those items. So if you're here for that, consider it then. If not, then in a few minutes, and then we'll do it at the end of the meeting as well. You'll have an opportunity to make 3-minute comments during our public comment period. So good evening, and thank you for taking the time to join us this evening, and those who are also viewing online right now or will in the future. I want to begin by welcoming back the best city clerk in the state and the current president of the Georgia Municipal Clerks Association, Madam Clerk Joni Jones. Joni, it's great to have you back, and we know that if you are, you're in much better health, and we're appreciative of that.
My time on that buzzer, Mayor.
I also want to congratulate our own Johns Creek resident and former Speaker of the Georgia House, Mark Burkhalter, on behalf of our entire city council, both current and past, city staff, and city representatives, for a worthy dedication by the Georgia Department of Transportation of State Route 141 from the river to Abbott's Bridge Road. This section is now dedicated as the Mark Burkhalter Highway in honor of the catalyst leader and creator of the city of Johns Creek. Through his tireless dedication, tenacity, and love for this city, we now are in the midst of celebrating 10 years of successful cityhood, and we're proud to acknowledge the remarkable impact that he's made in our city and the entire region. So congratulations, Speaker Burkhalter. And then, while I was not actually able to be there, it was sort of short notice. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent, Council members Lenny Zaprowski and Corey Davenport were on hand for the ceremony, along with many state and local leaders, our staff, family, and friends. So again, congratulations. You'll see the new brown signs that say Mark Burkhalter Highway. So think of Mark as you ride up and down 141. It also means, unfortunately for us, there's a lot more pressure to keep that portion of the highway looking really, really good. Our dedication to special needs children and families makes me extremely proud of all that we do throughout the city. On Saturday, we had our 14th. On Saturday the 14th, we had our first spring kickoff picnic event at Newtown Park for special needs families, which was well attended and enjoyed by all. And earlier that week, Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent, Councilmember Lynn, and myself had the pleasure of doing a ribbon cutting at the Newtown Park Harmony Park playground, where we met representatives of Resurgence Foundation, who donated ADA equipment for all children to participate in musical fun. So thank you to Resurgence Foundation, Precision Landscape Management, and our rec and park staff for all of their efforts. And I believe you see some photos of those events. So thank you for everyone for that. Also, one of my favorite events is our annual Guns N' Hoses golf tournament, which celebrates Jim Seaver and Greg Whitaker Memorial Tournament, was held at St. Ives Country Club this last Monday. And Johns Creek Finest 5K run at Shake Rag Park also took place this past Saturday. Proceeds from both of these events support the Johns Creek Public Safety Foundation and the Special Olympics Georgia. Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent was a lead on the golf tournament, and I'll ask him if he's got any words that he wants to say about that.
Actually, I'm going to just correct you. We're doing separate fundraisers this year. The golf tournament supported Special Olympics, and our Johns Creek Police Department is, I think, the biggest fundraiser in the state of Georgia for Special Olympics. We're doing a separate fundraiser. Mark your calendars. Saturday, August 27th, we're going to have a casino night at St. Ives Country Club, which will 100% benefit the Public Safety Foundation.
Great.
So thanks for supporting the police and fire departments through both Special Olympics and Public Safety Foundation.
For those of you who are frequent watchers or attendees of our council meetings, and I would guess most of you are not, but you can be. All you got to do is watch, even when you're not here in person. You'll know that a vast number of Eagle Scouts are acknowledged by our council. Councilmember Zaprowski and I attended the equivalent of the Eagle Scout Award by attending the Girl Scouts Gold and Silver and Bronze Award ceremony at Johns Creek United Methodist Church on Sunday. And I would guess Lenny might have a few words to say about that.
I was just happy because Miss Atlanta was there and got to sit right next to her, so I was pretty happy besides that. But it was a really wonderful ceremony.
Kids.
But no, it was, how many troops? About 10, 15 troops. And it was very decorated brightly and rainbowy, and it was a very beautiful ceremony for all the girls. I don't know if I understand when you get a sash and when you get a vest, but I'll learn that for the next one. So it was a fun time.
I don't know what to say after that, Lenny. All I know is that hopefully your fiancée, Jennifer, is not watching right now.
I told her all about it.
We all had the pleasure of attending the meet and greet for the Johns Creek Arts Alliance members and other cultural arts program executive directors at the Johns Creek Arts Center this past Friday. It was a great experience and a great opportunity to learn more about the summer camps for kids, arts, theater, music programming throughout our city, and more importantly, the direction that these nonprofits are heading is really inspiring. I want to thank all the participants, especially Sue Haggerty for arranging the meeting, and for the Johns Creek Arts Center for hosting the event. I think we all walked away with a very impressed and encouraged about our arts community and what it can mean for our city's future. Folks, I don't know if you realize the talent that we have going on in our city, whether it be the Johns Creek Professional Symphony Orchestra, the new Johns Creek Chorale Choir, the Arts Center, which is a hidden jewel in of itself, and the many, many other arts programs that are going on, including the Johns Creek Art Spot, which was a lead sponsor in presenting a lot of the public art that you see popping up around the city. It's probably worth you investing some time and learning about all the different arts and culture opportunities within Johns Creek, and hopefully get involved in that if you get a chance. I also had the opportunity, not last week but the week before, to go on a tour that was sponsored by the Georgia Municipal Association of Downtowns. Got to look at Duluth, right next door, their downtown, which is actually pretty amazing and surprising that this 10-year overnight success story has happened. I got to see Greenville, South Carolina, which is about a 20-year-in-the-making story, but is pretty mature at this point in where they've come. And then finally, we got to see one that hasn't quite happened yet, which was downtown Gainesville. So we learned a lot about what makes a downtown work and what makes a downtown not work, which is very timely because at some point the council is committed that we're going to have a town center of sorts, and we'll be able to bring these lessons back. So council, I've got lots of ideas on some best practices that hopefully we'll be able to share as we get more into those conversations. I also want to remind everyone to keep up with our social media links as we do, but of special note, I'd like to show you a feature that we call 7 in 70, which appears each week, and it gives a recap of events that are happening around Johns Creek, and we put this on Facebook every Friday. So here's a recent example. So you may not realize all that's happening, but you can. But you can go to our website at johnscreekga.gov. You can get many of the apps that we have available that can help you keep up with what's going on. We've got a busy, busy summer of events here in Johns Creek, and I would just encourage you to look at the website, find the ones that you're interested in, and by all means, join us. It's great to see our community come out. Lastly, as we head into Memorial Day weekend, I want to wish each of you safe travels and relaxing time with your family, friends, and neighbors. And as the barbecue heats up and the pools open, let's not lose sight of the fact that we celebrate in memory of those who've lost their lives to protect our freedoms this holiday and every day. And if you want to pay tribute to them, consider going to Newtown Park and visiting the Veterans Memorial Park this weekend. With that, why don't we move on to the city's business?
Thank you, Mayor. The next item up for consideration are the approval of the May 9, 2016 work session summary and the council meeting minutes.
Council, have you had an opportunity to review the minutes, and do you wish to offer up any motions?
Motion to approve as presented.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. We have a motion to approve the minutes as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Davenport. We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes as presented. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all who are in favor of approving the minutes as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item, please.
Thank you. The next item is consideration of our meeting agenda tonight.
Council, I've got no suggested changes except to remind you that there will be a need to have an executive session to cover land, legal, and/or personnel.
I move we approve the agenda as presented,
Including?
including the executive session at the end to discuss land, legal, and/or personnel matters.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent. We have a motion to approve the agenda as presented, including an executive session to cover land, legal, and/or personnel. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all who are in favor of approving the agenda as presented, including an executive session to cover land, legal, and/or personnel, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The agenda is approved. Next item, please.
Next item would be the public comment period, and with so many new guests, I'd like to remind the council that there is a 3-minute time limit on public comments, and anyone requesting a public comment can fill out a public comment card, which is available in the lobby. In order to conduct a timely meeting, there will be a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The public comment period will last a maximum of 30 minutes, and these limits may be waived by a majority vote of the council. All comments are to be directed to the city council. While state law prohibits the city council from taking action on a specific item unless it appears on the posted agenda, the council encourages the citizens to voice their concerns. And if anyone has handouts to distribute to the city council, please hand them to the city clerk, who will see that they are distributed. Thank you, Mayor.
I'll remind the public that the council did have a discussion in the last meeting about the 3 minutes, and they have instructed me to enforce that. So unless they see a extreme situation, I think the council's agreed to stick to the 3-minute rule. So those of you who are planning on coming up for public comment, please try to refine those comments inside 3 minutes so that we don't cut you off. Also, I don't see on the cards necessarily if you're here for another purpose. So when I call your name or attempt to call your name, and I apologize in advance for any mispronunciations of names, if you'll let me know if it's not to make a public comment but to be included in a public hearing or some other part of tonight's meeting. Nazira Dawood.
Good evening, Mayor and the Council. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. We all experience emotional ups and downs from time to time caused by events in our lives. Mental health conditions go beyond these emotional reactions and become something longer lasting. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. They are medical conditions that cause changes in how we think and feel and in our mood. Examples of mental health conditions include depression, anxiety disorders, schizophrenia, eating disorders, addictive behaviors. They are not the result of personal weakness, lack of character, or poor upbringing. About 1 in 5 adults has a diagnosable mental health condition. Mental health conditions are more common than cancer, diabetes, or heart disease. It affects persons of any age, income, race, religion, or culture, males or females. Mental health conditions often appear for the first time during young adulthood. Prejudice, stigmatization, discrimination are deeply embedded in our culture, language, in our beliefs, and in the way we interact with one another, mostly. Though a mental illness is only one aspect of an individual's life, all too often the labeling alone bars that person from achieving a self-directed life with meaningful connection to his or her community. In South Asian Americans, especially those between the ages of 15 to 24, more likely to exhibit depressive symptoms. Reports show that there's a higher rate of suicide among young South Asian American women than the general U.S. population. Reports also suggest that South Asian Americans have the lowest rate of utilization of mental health services, which shouldn't be a surprise if you are in the South Asian community. In our own backyard, the opioid overdose has been a topic of interest in the recent months. Opioid illicit drugs such as heroin and prescription medications used to treat pain are mostly causing this upheaval. Heroin is also an extremely dangerous drug in that it is highly addictive. It provides a profound sense of euphoria and peacefulness. Who is at risk? Anyone who uses opioid for long-term management for chronic cancer or non-cancer pain, or who use illicit opioids and misuse prescription pain medication. Naloxone or Narcan is used for antidote. From many, I've also heard that kids who are going for wisdom tooth extraction are being prescribed and they're getting somehow addicted to it. Take action today. Learn more about mental health. How can you help? As elected officials, I hope that you are able to serve the community in a much meaningful way and accept and refer the person in need to the resources available and not use the situation for your benefit. Many too often we say it's not in our home. That's not the solution. Let's work
Thank
in
you, Ms. Day,
unison
with the 3-minute time
and
limit
not
is
in
up.
isolation. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Mr. Singh, is that properly pronounced? Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and everybody. I'm here to behalf of all the Indian Asian community about sports, cricket. We're playing in the backyard from long time, hundreds of thousands people over here, but the only sports don't have any ground in city of Jones Creek. I have some papers actually. We have a company who sponsor the event, and we have to force to go play in Decatur, Conyers, and Atlanta. Women's cricket sports is very important for us to support as well as young youth cricket. I'm requesting to have some park over here in city where we can play cricket. We have to drive more than 1 hour, thousands of people every Sunday going in different counties to play cricket, which is not in a safe. And plus, when we are making money, spending money, living here in this county, why not our own kids can play sports in our backyard? We have the revenue wise, this company is helping us big time, paying a lot of money to sponsor the events. But the problem is when we go out of town and different counties, all the revenue go to different counties, which can be kept in Jones Creek. And we have so many park in Jones Creek at this time, which is sometimes empty. If we can have one of those park named for cricket, where cricket can be played, I bet you once we start doing that, we can not only have a local cricket, we can bring national and international cricket in our backyard. Cricket is the largest sports, the biggest sports watching online and in air worldwide. If you look at that one, and of course we want to request you, to have some grounds available for that. I personally spend a lot of time through my business and sponsor those events. Even I went to Fulton County schools to educate about cricket, what cricket is. We have more than 200 teams playing cricket in Georgia at this time. We have probably 70 to 80,000 people in Jones Creek playing cricket, but they don't have any official ground where they can go and play cricket. That is my humble request to all the city council members and Mr. Mayor and all the public people sitting over here to look at this as a consider this to seriously to we can have a cricket ground, and the sports is the only thing I believe after education and music, which if our kids get involved in that part, I believe they are going to be very successful and we can make a big difference in our county. That's all I want to share.
Thank you for your public comment. And Mr. Hutbacher, I believe we're going to have a couple more speakers in a second about cricket, but maybe we can direct all three of them to work with one of our staff members to give them some input so that we can properly evaluate this.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Vijay, is it Ganji?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilman, and audience. My name is Vijay Ganji. I don't live here in Johns Creek, but I live in Atlanta. But I would like to move to Johns Creek. One thing that stops me coming here is that there is no cricket ground for my son to play. And my son is a national under-19 cricket player. He just went to Malaysia to play an international tournament. And all he has done is play cricket all over the Atlanta area, but there is no place for him to play cricket on Saturday or Sunday morning. And right now he is getting trained in England. The reason why I sent him to England, not like I want to spend money, the reason why he went there to play cricket because there is no proper infrastructure in the city of Johns Creek. And I believe there are at least 20,000 Indian communities, Pakistanis, and also Sri Lankans, and these people live here. And cricket is the second most popular sport after soccer. And you go to any ground, people play basketball, baseball, but you don't see anybody playing cricket. And these youth are kind of looking for a place to have fun, to be healthy. And I'd rather see kids on the ground on a Saturday, Sunday than on the street. I think it's very healthy to have a park for kids to play. And from my own personal experience, having a sport for these people, it's a very, very healthy situation. So I request the mayor and city councilman audience to take this into very seriously and have a place for these kids to play on Saturday and Sunday, and the revenue stays here. If there is a cricket ground, I will move to Johns Creek next month so that my son can play cricket here. Absolutely. And Johns Creek is a great, wonderful place. I have a lot of friends here. I come very often than any other city because I enjoy coming to Johns Creek and I have some wonderful ethnic food. There are a lot of Indian restaurants. That's why I come here. So I'll be here every city council if you have a cricket ground here. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I don't know if this is Mr. or Miss or if I'm even saying first or last name. Chandra Shakar? And I really apologize. I'm sure I got that wrong.
Good evening, Mayor and everybody. So, as Ganjay and Mr. Singh spoke, I'll be talking about cricket because I play cricket. So, to play that, I need to go either to Fowler Park or some other location. So, as Mr. Ganjay stressed about that point, if it is in Johns Creek and surrounding area, it will be very helpful for the youth as well as the kids. It is not only the economy, it is as I told, it is the number 2 sports, and in terms of the revenue, for example, if most of the countries place it, and the revenue generated is very high. So it will be a good economic revolution as well, and it is a very good sport which is similar to baseball. So it will. I would recommend that if you encourage that sport, so that we can get an opportunity for the kids, which will be helpful in all the terms, in terms of the economy, in terms of the friendship, in terms of the relationship building. So that is our suggestion. So hopefully we expect that you will consider it and implement whatever has to be done. So that's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you for the
Mr.
time.
Hutmacher, who do we have available to?
Kirk Franz is,
Is he here?
yes, and he's.
Kirk raised his
I
hand
just
so they
asked
can
him to
identify
meet
him.
with these folks.
In the back. So with the three gentlemen who've just raised the cricket issue, if you can just go see that gentleman in the back, he'll be happy to talk to you. He's waving his hand in the back.
Anymore.
Kirk, thank you. So he's right back there in the back. Back left. Okay, Mr. Nandu.
I'm also here to talk about cricket.
Feel free. And then four of you can come see him.
Hello, good evening, Mayor. So I'm a Johns Creek resident since 2000. So others have talked enough about the economy perspective and things, but I just wanted to give a different perspective. So number one, the cricket is in terms of popularity is really growing up and going up in the U.S. ESPN noticed it. So for the first time in the ESPN 2 and 3, they had cricket for the very first time. So that is something to take notice of. Johns Creek high schools have started playing. Right? Johns Creek high schools have started playing cricket, and last week I think they played a championship game in Shakereg Park. So it's happening in high schools. So number three, I'm looking at the future. Cricket is where soccer was 25, 30 years ago. So right now, today it's played by immigrants. But 15, 20 years from now, it's going to be played by across various communities, not just, cricket playing, people from cricket playing countries. So there is lacrosse. Lacrosse was, 15, 20 years ago, hardly anybody played lacrosse. Now it's a popular sport. That's what is going to happen to cricket. And so I humbly request you to consider having a cricket field in Johns Creek. It will be a great benefit not only to the current generation, but also the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. So this one doesn't have a person associated with it, but it's an organization, First Aid for All.
Good evening, Council. I'm Amal Bhatnagar. I'm a junior at Northview High School.
My name is Soma Naryani. I'm also a junior at Northview High School.
My name is Apar Bhatnagar. I'm an 8th grader who goes to River Trail Middle School. And we're from First Aid for All. Our journey actually began when I was a sophomore. On every family trip, whether it was internationally in Mexico or India, or even here in downtown, I'd always witness massive amounts of populations who barely had access to basic resources such as food, water, and other necessities. I felt somewhat guilty because here in Johns Creek, we're really fortunate to have numerous luxurious amenities, but millions of people outside of this area struggle to get the same resources. And I began to ask myself, how can we as human beings knowingly allow others to suffer in these conditions? That's when I became motivated to start First Aid for All. Here at First Aid for All, we're a student-led nonprofit that focuses on alleviating medical inequality, primarily by 4 ways: distributing first aid kits, spreading awareness, volunteering throughout the community, and raising funds through different events.
Since our inception last year, we have officially received nonprofit status, worked with more than 13,000 pounds of medical supplies, and impacted over 320 people. We have spread our membership to Northview High School, Alpharetta High School, Johns Creek High School, Chattahoochee High School, Lambert High School, and River Trail Middle School. We have networked with organizations at universities and throughout the community. We have also received donations from Augusta University, supply drives, and our fundraising projects. In fact, we have worked with the Atlanta Braves and World's Finest Chocolates to help support our organization.
Our primary method for our mission is to distribute first aid kits. We have done so not only in Atlanta and Athens, but also in India. When I went to India during spring break to represent First Aid for All, I had the opportunity to see the poor conditions people were living in. In order to make a difference, we conducted a two-part project. First, we went into the slums of New Delhi and distributed clothes and first aid kits. When we gave the poor the supplies, their faces lit up and couldn't stop smiling. Second, we donated first aid kits to an organization called Gunj, which distributes the supplies through the extensive network that they have. Personally, I feel that the happiness and gratitude that the homeless people show motivates me to continue working with this organization. We're very proud of our progress so far, but we know that we can do more. We would like to work with the Johns Creek City Council and the community to help support our organization and make a greater impact on medical poverty. We are requesting for First Aid for All to conduct educational symposiums and talks at community events, gain monetary support through grants, and streamline efforts through cooperation. Together, we can change the public's ideology towards poverty and help change apathy to empathy and be the change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Is it Jane? Miss, sorry.
Good evening, respected Mayor and the City Council. My name is Ekta Jain, and I'm a resident of Johns Creek. I moved to Johns Creek in the year 2010 from Gwinnett County so that I could provide a better education to my child. Gwinnett County has very good schools, but Johns Creek definitely has better schools. Now, I come from India. I was born and raised in India, and my parents laid a lot of emphasis on education. So much so that you can imagine, I remember making 1.5-hour trips each way in the morning and in the afternoon to go to a good school. I would take first a bus, then a local train, and then again a school bus to go to a good school. The reason for the long commute was very simple, to go to a good school to get good education. And that's the reason I moved to Johns Creek, so that my daughter could get that good education here in Johns Creek. Johns Creek, because I believe that good education is the key to future. I feel very blessed to be living in the city of Johns Creek, where I can fulfill the dream of providing good education to my daughter, as the city of Johns Creek has the finest schools in Georgia. You can very well see it by the representation by these Northview High Schools. That's the same school my daughter goes to. These schools not only coach the kids academically, but also offer ample opportunities to harness their creativity. You can see it right here. The high school clusters of Johns Creek have significant high rate of participation in school clubs like HOSA, DECA, Model UN, MD Junior, Robotics, and nonprofits like First Aid for All, CRY, SEVA, just to name a few. The Beta Club provides an excellent opportunity to instill the habit of volunteering and giving it back to the society. Johns Creek High School also have very active sports team, be it basketball, be it soccer, and now we would also like cricket teams. The city also has some excellent leadership programs to offer to these young minds, and it's heartwarming to see all high schoolers taking active participation in these leadership programs. Living in Johns Creek teaches these youngsters the important lesson of diversity and inclusion, which is so pertinent in today's world of globalization. When these young ambassadors of Johns Creek enter college and job market later in their lives, they will be very competent to work in multicultural teams. With exposure to multiple languages, cuisines, cultures, and perspective, these young minds can take on any challenge and resolve not just national issues, but global issues. I would like to thank the various departments of the city that work so efficiently to make it the third best city to live in the United States. Thanks a bunch for providing me this opportunity to speak in front of you. You all have a blessed evening.
Thank you. Last name, Joshi?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, and ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm Sunita Joshi, a resident of City of Johns Creek, and have been living in this area since 2005. I feel very fortunate to be part of the Johns Creek community and being a witness to the high growth of the city since it was incorporated in December 2006. I have been working with the people with special needs, mainly in the field of autism, for more than 5 years in the Atlanta area, and recently I have been appointed as an advisory council member of Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities for Region 3. I'm glad to hear the events and programs our city organizes for this population. Last week I completed my orientation, and I gathered as a part of my orientation that more than 50% of mental health issues are related to the domestic violence, family relationship challenges, out of which 20 to 40% are caused by depression and the general issues like anger management, stress, emotional disturbance, and anxiety. In 2008, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention indicated that for every fatal suicide, there are at least 20 attempted suicides. The causes for these kind of mental issues can be attributed to difficulties in communication between generations, or fear of community ostracism, or lack of trust within the community. Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities offers many services for children, young adults, and families. There is a community awareness and education forum which will be held this week on May 25th, which is organized by the DCAB Community Service Board. And in my opinion, Fulton County needs an active initiative and participation in organizing such awareness forums for our city. I think healthy families and children are an important part of healthy community. My intention is specifically to mention here the importance of fitness and daily exercises, and incorporating them in our daily routine can help reduce the basic mental and behavioral issues to large extent. Along with working with people with special needs and their families, I'm also a certified yoga instructor, and I would like to brief you on how practice of yoga can be helpful to keep balance between mind and health as a preventive measure to avoid suffering issues like mental and emotional disturbance and stress and anxiety, and eventually have control on issues caused by them. My recommendation today and my request is, there is International Day of Yoga coming up in June, and I would like to conduct a yoga session in one of the parks in our city.
Thank you, Ms. Gochi. The 3-minute time limit is up.
And also, if you would like to discuss that with Kirk Franz, he can help you with that. Michael Fitzgerald.
I would remind Mayor and Council there is just about 5 minutes left in our public comment period.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to speak to you again. Like Tom Black says, I'm ready to change the subject. I think we made a lot of progress tonight in the working session. Thank you for the good work that you're doing. And thank you for the public input sessions. I'm telling you, it was great to see an outpouring of the community come in and give you the information that you need in order to run our city. It was conducted well. I would have preferred to have some public input opportunities at those sessions, but other than that, I think it was a very, very, very good community service. Thank you for that. Looking back, I've got to ask you a question. Aren't you glad that you didn't choose a stoplight at Niblick Drive? Because a public input session on that would not have gone well. Oh, aren't you glad that you chose not to do a roundabout at Niblick Drive? Because 70% of the respondents says that they chose an option other than a roundabout for Niblick Drive. So you chose wisely. Thank you very much for that. Now let's look forward. Hear what you were told in the public input section. Character is important. People want that road to maintain the character that it has. So hear that from the community. Make minor improvements, minor footprints. And I would like to address something that happened that was said in the work session that said that roundabouts received the highest percentage approval rating. Sorry, that's not true. Leave unchanged received a higher percentage than the roundabouts or any of the other options. And if you look at most of the respondents, 70% of the people were saying, don't do anything. Minor changes, a very low impact on our road. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. Thank you for what you've done for Barnwell Road. Thank you for listening. Appreciate your work, folks. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your public comment. Would anyone else like to offer any public comment at this time? Yes, sir.
I'll make it quick. I didn't want to stay late tonight. Richard Holiday, 5360 North Book Trace. I wanted to talk about the nuisance ordinance, or what people are calling the noise ordinance. So I'm in support of option A. In order to be objective, we have to have objective standards in which to judge violators of that. And as a city with a $60 million budget, the price of a few $1,000s to pay for the equipment and a few hours of training to have the officers go through, it's really kind of a no-brainer to me. And with all due respect to option B, plainly audible is about as subjective as it gets. You wouldn't use the same technique for a speeding violation. You'd have the officer saying, "Oh, it was plainly viewable that they were speeding," and that doesn't strike me as something that would hold up in court very well. And if you're like me, after years of loud noise, some things are not as plainly audible as they were maybe when I was in my 20s. And if you don't believe me, you can ask my wife. So also a concern to me is Section 30-19, paragraph 7. Very non-specific, non-objective in my opinion. The amendment to the disorderly conduct section seems to be tantamount to passing option B. I think it should be amended to clarify by striking the words "is no longer plainly audible" and inserting "is in compliance with noise levels outlined in section 30-20. And ultimately, I'm going to go home, and I look forward to hearing what everybody has to say. It sounds like there's a whole lot of opinion on this, but I'd urge you to. I didn't have a chance to look at what the agenda reports said versus the other cities and the noise levels. But I hope that we can strike a good, happy medium between what's going to help the residents and what the folks who are trying to do business in Johns Creek. Was going to be a nice, happy medium for everybody. But ultimately, I think that has to be an objective standard. Otherwise, we're doing a disservice to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'll address that in a moment. Would anyone else like to offer any public comment this time?
I apologize, Mayor. The 30-minute time limit is up.
Okay, so now I'll address that. I know that a lot of us have opinions on a number of topics that we're going to cover tonight, and to save me the trouble of banging the gavel all night, I'm going to ask you to contain emotional outbursts. We understand that you're on one side or the other of these issues. We have business to conduct. So what I'm going to ask is that folks provide us their input, which they'll have an opportunity to do during the public comment, and then we'll move on to the next person. If I cannot get the crowd to be quiet, then unfortunately I will have to ask some of you to leave. So, with that, why don't we move on to our next item, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Next item would be our consent agenda. We have two items on our consent agenda. We have an action item. It's consideration to approve the intergovernmental agreement with Sandy Springs for the Georgia Crime Information Center, the system, the GCIC. And we also have Resolution 2016-0511. It's consideration to approve a resolution for a proclamation recognizing the Johns Creek High School boys golf team on their state championship victory. And I would remind council that the consent agenda so they can remove an item.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you, Councilmember Zaprowski. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Is there a second to the motion?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent. We have a motion, a second. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. If you'll permit me, I just have a couple of announcements. We have Thursday, May the 26th at 6 p.m., the Arts and Culture Board meeting will be held here. Monday, May the 30th, the city offices will be closed for Memorial Day holiday. And on Monday, June the 6th, we have a 5 p.m. work session followed by a 7 p.m. council meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other announcements, council? Seeing none, next item, please.
Our next item that we have will be our reports and presentations, and we have the award presentation for the 2016 Pitch Hit and Run winners. The Mayor and Council will come down from the dais, and we have Kirk France, our Parks Manager, for presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On Saturday, April 30th, the Recreation and Parks Division hosted a local competition of the Major League Baseball's National Pitch Hit and Run. This free event was open to boys and girls ages 7 through 14 and was held at OC Park. 26 children participated in this local competition and showcased their skills at pitching, hitting, and running. Participants earned points based on how many strikes they could pitch, how far they could hit a baseball, and how fast they could run from second base to home plate. Tonight, we'd like to recognize a couple of our young athletes who are our top local performers in advance to the sectional competition that was held on Saturday, May 7th at Coolray Field, home of the Gwinnett Braves. And I know we had some rained-out games on Saturday, so some of our athletes that were planning on being here tonight are doing some makeup games tonight, but we do have a couple of our athletes tonight. And I'd like to start with our 7 and 8-year-old girls division. Our pitching champion was Sarah Laney.
Congratulations, Sarah.
And Sarah, stay right up there because we'll do a picture here, I think. And in our 11 and 12-year-old girls division, our all-around champion, pitch champion, hit champion, and run champion was Piper Mitchell. Come on up, Piper.
Awesome job. Thank you.
Douglas here.
We stand right there.
He was kneeling down. I didn't see him.
You'll just cover up that Alpharetta. Just kidding. I just made friends with Mayor Bell.
Congratulations.
You ready, Mayor? Thank you. I would invite the Johns Creek High School Gladiators to please come forward. Congratulations.
Kills me how short I feel when these guys show up. It's my honor to read into the record a proclamation, and then I'm going to have Councilmember Zaprowski, who was kind enough to point this out to all of us. Sometimes some of your wins are secrets to the rest of us. But I have a proclamation. Whereas the Johns Creek High School boys golf team has won the 2016 Class 6A Georgia High School State Association Championship. And whereas the golf team comprised of seniors Leo Rich, Rahul Gautam, junior Thomas Gerald, and freshman Nick Cassidy, Andy Mao, Colin Ross, Joey Moravec, and coached by Luke Warren, have had an exciting and successful season. And whereas the excellent performance, dedication, and commitment of these young men, along with their coach, have proven to be a source of admiration and inspiration to the citizens of Johns Creek. And whereas the City of Johns Creek Mayor and Council are pleased to publicly commend the Johns Creek High School golf team on their fine efforts. Now, therefore, I, Michael E. Bodker, Mayor of the City of Johns Creek, Georgia, on behalf of the City Council, express congratulations to the Johns Creek High School boys golf team Class 6A state champions. Congratulations. And I believe Mr. Zaprowski has some individual proclamations to give you.
Oh, I got to read these?
Yes, sir. No. Hands up to the devil.
Okay, good.
We would like to.
They're not nice.
This is a photo. I believe this is a photo, and this is on behalf of us to the mayor and to the rest of the city council. Thank you, and thank you for allowing us to play and giving us beautiful golf courses in the area to play on. So thank you for that.
I wish we could take credit for them, but I think those have been privately delivered.
Maybe a municipal course coming soon.
If I'm not mistaken, one of you was the low medalist as well, correct? Congratulations. You was a low medalist, huh? A freshman? Wow. Guys, congratulations. Coach, congratulations. Congratulations, guys. I think they want to congratulate you as well.
So normally we would stand behind you all, but I'm not sure that's going to be possible. So we'll try to figure out how to do this. I'll let Doug determine that, but I know you have to be in this general area, guys.
We may as well make it a picture. I'm sure your head's line up with your shoulders. It's amazing. Congratulations.
I'm going here behind the coach. He's the shortest.
I can see between two of these young lads. Barely.
I hide myself anyway. Then I'm going to get there.
Got it.
Nice job.
So many of you may not realize that the city has adopted a tagline, which is "Be the Exception." And I think hopefully tonight, between the public comments and some of the youth not-for-profit activities and the state champions, and a lot of what you see should give you confidence that we really are the exception here in Johns Creek. And Mr. Belle-Isle, I shout that out to you as well, regardless of the Alpharetta shirt. Also, we have a lot of chairs that have opened up, so those of you that are remaining standing in the back, you're welcome to take a seat. Maybe easier. And Madam Clerk, why don't we move on to our next item?
Thank you, sir. With our reports and presentations continuance, we'll have our city manager do his bi-monthly update.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I always appreciate when you make me follow the state champion golf team and the pitch hit and run winners, but I will like to just kind of go through the highlights of the bi-monthly management report that's been submitted to you in your packet. Additionally, this evening we sent you the revised financials for the month of closing of April, which you should find in your email, and I'll go over the highlights of that as well. From a highlight standpoint, let me start with the master transportation plan element of the comprehensive land use plan, as council decided to be able to integrate both our comprehensive land use plan and our master transportation plan into one document. We have open bids. We have interviewed 4 firms. We've scored those firms, and we're at the point now where we're doing some preliminary negotiations with the highest ranked firm. So I'm not at a point yet where I can share all the details with you, but we should be bringing a recommendation to the council June 6th to start the process of executing the contract for that services. We will be resurfacing 26 neighborhoods this year, and we've already started repaving efforts. We're at about number 5 on the list, and we'll be going through that very quickly as it gets hotter through the summer. And I think earlier this week, well, it can't be earlier this week, today's Monday, but we've sent you, I think on Friday, the neighborhood paving update, so you've seen exactly which subdivisions have already been paved and which subdivisions will be upcoming. I will not delve deep into the Barnwell Road issue because you all discussed that during your work session, but for the public's benefit, just to highlight, we did 2 very successful public meetings. We had almost 300 residents attend. We had an assortment of staff there, and I think a real good interaction with the community. We also put together a manual and online survey, and we had, I think, 640 results or surveys that were submitted to us, so that was very successful. The sidewalk plan has been completed, and we are in the process of creating a multi-year plan similar to repaving, where we'll identify which year we project to be able to do projects depending on the order of magnitude. So that is forthcoming. For park design, we have received the bids, and this is a project where we put out bids for park design and programming for the parks that we've either acquired or have come into the city over the past few years. So you've got the smaller parks like Bell Bowls, which were created from the roundabout that was at that location, Morton Road, State Bridge. We've got a small remnant piece there to create a pocket park, and then we've got larger pieces, Technology Park, Linear Park, and then obviously the large Cauley Creek facility. So what we're doing with that is that we have the bids back, and the way this is structured is that we're looking potentially to hire one firm that we'll put under contract that will have the opportunity to design each of the 6 parks. We're going to start with Morton Road and the Bell Bowls roundabout, pursuant to the council's direction to start with the smaller park, get that designed, and that we can move fairly quickly to construction in 2017. But at the same time, also, when we design all the parks at once, we can keep a real cohesive look at how we utilize each of the parks in relation to the other, so that we're not being duplicative from one park to the next. So my anticipation is to either bring a recommended contract to y'all on June 6th or possibly the following meeting in June, depending on how the pace of the review and interviews go with that project. To remind council, this was an unbudgeted expense, so we don't know at this point what the fee is going to be. The way that's going to be structured, though, will be a master contract, and that we will only pay the firm as we do work with them, so that we will not ensue the whole fee within a year. OC Playground is a fantastic addition. It's a replacement to the old playground equipment, and being that I was there for softball practice once a week, it is a very well utilized playground, and it's a great job done by the staff. Also completed and will be in full use for this summer's summer concert series is the Newtown Amphitheater restroom and concession stand. So that'll be a nice addition to the park, where folks don't have to go all the way across the street to go to the bathroom during the performance. We completed the first version of the 10-year financial model, which was presented at the 5 o'clock meeting, which will give us a very unique perspective on how current choices will affect future finances for the city on a long-term basis. Another success that I'll highlight, the city finished its last mile of fiber connectivity, and this is to connect all the city assets within the city limits. We did that at a $34,000 capital cost, and that eliminates $84,000 in annual expenditures for leasing fiber lines. So that'll be a nice cost savings. We are started with the fire department study. We did a bid process. The bids came out underneath what the city manager's spending limit is, and within the budget. It's a company called Management Advisory Group out of Florida, and they have started their work on the background, and they'll be interviewing the key staff, the fire department folks, and also getting input from mayor and council over the next few weeks. So we anticipate having results of that probably this summer, with action items for early this fall. Finance director search is ongoing. We have gotten a lot of very good applicants in this round of the recruitment. and I expect that we'll be able to finalize that. We are in the second round of interviews now, and also still taking a few first interviews. So my anticipation is within the next month, hopefully sooner, we'll be able to make an offer and bring somebody on board for that very important position. Also, the City Council, in cooperation with the Trust for Public Land, is continuing our due diligence activities at looking at parks financing. So there will be a survey that will be started today that will reach out to likely voters to get some feedback on likelihood that bond financing would be an attractive source of funding for parks, and give us some feedback overall on the mood of the electorate as y'all make choices on how to finance the parks improvements over the next few years. From our finance report, some good news there as well. We're projecting at this point of the year $1.5 million surplus through the end of the year. We're going to bring to y'all June 6th for the future agenda portion and a first look at amendment to just clean up some of the items from fiscal year 16, and also give y'all some investment choices. Lastly, the millage rate. We should be getting the digest from Fulton County within the next couple weeks. As soon as we get that, we'll make that available to the council and begin our analysis and recommendation for the millage setting, which has got to occur over the summer. And that is all I have for the highlights, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that y'all may have.
Council, any questions of Manager Hutmacher at this time?
I have a quick one. Where are we on Thornhill?
Thornhill is pretty much in the same spot that we've been. So we've suggested a number of improvements that we can make within the neighborhood for non-vertical traffic calming to be able to help with cut through and also the speeding through the neighborhood. My understanding, the neighborhood still prefers to put a gate up, and being that it's a public street all the way through, it's not something staff recommends or supports at this time.
Councilmember Zaprowski, I have checked in periodically with one of the board members that's sort of been leading the effort on behalf of the board. I checked in a few weeks ago, and the answer was that they're still debating it internally. So they understand what their options are, and they're continuing, I guess, to have internal debate to come back to us with what their preferences are. Other questions of Manager Hutmacher?
Just as a point of reference, I've asked for some data on the 3 subdivisions that are having trouble with cut-through to find out. Several of them have asked that public safety be part of their process, so I've asked for some of the data on how many citations or issues have happened through there so we can kind of get a grasp. I know I went through Thornhill the other morning, and someone coming in off of Medlock Bridge was going so fast that they flew over a speed bump, and I physically pulled over because I expected them to be being chased by someone, and no one came after them. So their issues are real, and I think that we just need to keep looking at it closely because these folks never expected that to be a main thoroughfare.
Other questions of Manager Hutmacher? Thank you so much for the update.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Thank you. There's nothing under old business. We'll continue on with new business. And under new business, we have Ordinance 2016-0507. This is a public hearing and consideration of an ordinance to amend the zoning map for RZ 16002, Southern States Management, 11,685 Medlock Bridge Road, from a C1 community business conditional to a C1 community business conditional for a 5-story, 100-room hotel. I apologize, Ms. Ebert. We have Ms. Ebert for presentation tonight.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We have before you a request for a rezoning to build a new 5-story, 100-room hotel in Technology Park. This is located right across the street. It is located in what we characterize as character area number 9 in our comprehensive plan. The site is currently zoned C1, and it currently permits, with a zoning condition, a 3-story, 90-room hotel with approximately 54,000 square feet. This new request would allow it to be up to 5 stories in height, 100 rooms, and 59,640 square feet. As I mentioned in our comprehensive plan land use map, this is in character area 9. It is considered to be in an activity node, which is McGinnis Ferry and Medlock Bridge Road. Next slide. It is the parcel that is outlined in black on the map before you. It has what we call a flagged lot, so that the entrance to the site is off of East Johns Crossing. That is a private drive into the property. Currently, it is a vacant lot. Next slide, please. And it is adjacent to an existing 5-story hotel, which is the Hilton Garden Inn. And as you can see here from the slide, it is a large parcel of land, approximately 3-something acres. Let me make sure I got that right. Report. Continue. The proposed site is asking for an administrative variance. Administrative variances are granted by the Director of Community Development. They are asking for a 10% reduction in parking. This would typically require 1 parking space per room. There is no restaurant included in this particular hotel. Therefore, they're required to have 100 parking spaces. They're looking to do 90, and again, that's an administrative variance request that would become before me. Lastly, this is a proposed front elevation for the project. Our zoning ordinance requires that a minimum of 75% of each facade would be clad in either stone, brick, glass, or some type of concrete stonework, and this meets that bill. The upper part is a lighter color brick, the base is a solid brick, and there's a little bit of what we call ephes or cementitious material highlighting the cornice of the building. It also does not exceed the zoning height limit, which is 60 feet or 5 stories.
Council, do you wish to ask any questions of the presenter at this time, or do you wish to reserve your questions till after the public hearing?
Reserve.
Okay. With that, I will open the public hearing for Ordinance 2016-0507, a public hearing consideration of an ordinance to amend zoning map for RZ 16002, Southern States Management, 11685 Medlock Bridge Road, from C1 Community Business Conditional to C1 Community Business Conditional for a 5-story, 100-room hotel. All those wishing to speak on behalf of this application, please step forward at this time. Is anyone here to speak on behalf of the application? Yes, sir.
Mayor and Council, I would remind everyone of the 10-minute time limit, please.
And I have not received any public comment cards, so if you could at least tell us your name and where you reside, and then if you can fill out one after the fact, that'd be great.
Sure. My name is Mike Pfeiffer. I work for Southern States Management. I reside in Alpharetta at 4445 Mariners Ridge. Here's representing the hotel. There is a demand for more rooms in Johns Creek, and that's what we propose to build the new hotel for. It kind of keeps the business in the area. Currently, during the week, a lot of guests come into Johns Creek. They're staying elsewhere. If we have another hotel here, we'll have more people visiting the different establishments here in Johns Creek and keeping everybody busy. That's all I have to say.
Do you wish to reserve the bulk of your time for any opposition debate?
Sure.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on behalf of this application? Seeing none, is there anyone here in opposition to this application that would like to speak at this time? Anyone in opposition to this application? I'll close the public hearing. Council, the floor is yours. Council, do you have any questions of any of the presenters?
Yeah, I have a question for Ms. Siebert. So the package that we reviewed for this meeting originally showed 2 stems off the lot for access. We're now down to 1 after you looked at the research, the survey. So it's coming off East Johns Crossing, and what we can't tell is the width of that stem relative to the parcel. So I would assume there's sufficient for 2-lane driveway as well as the pedestrian access that you referenced that's necessary going in and out of this lot.
Yeah, as you will notice, if you've ever gone to Panera Bread, that is not a public road. So that particular drive is in place, and it is a 2-lane road with sidewalks on either side of it.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was the same road. Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions to the presenter?
Do we know? Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Andres.
Do we know where the signage is going to go? It looks like that piece of property that was going out to Midlock Bridge isn't theirs. So where are they going to advertise so people know, since they're back off on the private road?
I don't know at this point. They had originally thought that they did have that second flagged lot that right now it looks like the property lines from both the spa and the former bank site actually owns that particular drive access. So we would have to work that out. It potentially now will be on East Johns Crossing.
Okay. And do we know what the anticipated average nightly stay will be?
That I couldn't answer. Perhaps the proprietor would know.
If you could come to the podium, please.
Are you asking how many nights the average stay is?
How many rooms will be occupied on average, do you expect?
It really depends on the day of the week. I would say during the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it should be full. Weekends, it's 50, 60%.
Other questions of the presenters? Councilmember Zaprowski.
Yeah, I'm a little. Normally we have a presentation from you guys, and I kind of come in here being objective for this, and I expect a presentation to be able to do this, and I feel like someone didn't show up on your part. So I'm a little concerned at that. But one of the questions I have, there's no plans for a restaurant in this establishment?
Hampton Inn does breakfast only.
Okay.
It's the complimentary breakfast. It's just part of the lobby.
Okay.
Other questions to the presenter? Would council like to offer up any motions related to this zoning? I'll remind council that with a motion there can be debate.
I have another question.
Councilmember Zaprowski.
So, what is Ms. Ebert? What is the hotel? How many stories next door?
It's 5 stories.
So it would be the same as that.
Yes, sir.
That seems to be appropriate.
So I guess my question about average is that the parking is being dropped down for full occupancy. So are you expecting folks getting here not renting a car? How are they getting here? So you have enough parking.
Typically, about 75 or 80% of the parking would be used on a full night. Many people do not use their own car to get here. They'll use other sources to get to the area. The other reason why we wanted to do less parking is because we wanted to give a wider parking space. At the Hampton Inns, they're family-oriented. There'd be bigger vehicles. And we wanted to have a 10-foot wide parking space for each of the parking spaces. And that would allow for that.
And what is Plan B if you don't have enough parking?
Well, we could also use the adjacent parking lot of the hotel next door if we had to. But we don't really see that being a problem.
Additional discussion or questions? If not, I'll urge the council to consider a motion so we can have a debate.
Motion to approve RZ 16002.
Following any recommendations?
Consistent with staff recommendation. With staff's conditions. Items 1 through 9.
Okay, we have a motion to approve RZ 16002, subject to staff recommendations 1 through 9, as presented in our packet. Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent. We have a motion and a second to approve RZ 16002, subject to staff recommendations 1 through 9. Discussion?
Amendment.
Councilmember Zaprowski.
Let's amend that to include Planning Commission recommendations. It's a short one in number 6, but I think it's possibly an important one.
We have a motion to amend condition number 6 to include the words "or as approved by the Community Development Director" at the end of the sentence. That's a motion by Councilmember Zaprowski. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Andres. We are working the amendment. The amendment is to amend condition number 6 to include the words "or as approved by the Community Development Director." Discussion on the amendment.
Question. Sharon, I presume that you removed that clause on item 6, is that right?
No, that was added. So
following-
in your package, there's a planning commission
I see.
recommendations,
Gotcha.
and it was added by the planning commission.
Right. And so you did not have that clause when it went to planning commission?
Correct.
Do you have any point of view on the addition of that clause?
There was some concern when we originally did our staff report that there wasn't going to be the ability to do on-site both water quality and water detention. Since that time, we've done a little bit more research on the two lakes that were recently purchased as the Linear Park and the Tech Park, and we've determined that they will be able to accept the stormwater management. So that's why we put that clause in there.
So we're debating the amendment. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of amending Condition 6 to include or as approved by the Community Development Director signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is amended. We're back to the main motion, including the amendment. Discussion on the main motion.
So I'm kind of going along with you with the parking. I just think that if it's full, where are the people going to go? And I was a little concerned about not having the second entrance, but I guess they got to deal with that. In general, I think this is a good thing for Johns Creek. We probably need some more hotel space, so I'm going to support it. I just had those kind of questions right there, just with parking if it overflows.
Other discussion on the main motion?
Well, I'm going to support the motion as well. However, I think this, it does meet a need for more hotel rooms in Johns Creek, but also highlights the fact that we need to move ahead with our strategic economic development plan, because we're filling another vacant lot, which doesn't really, it doesn't directly support any economic development plans that the council has discussed. And I think just highlights the need to get a plan in place and execute on that plan in a timely manner.
Other discussion on the main motion? With that, I'll call the question on approving RZ 16002, including staff recommendations 1 through 9, including an amendment to condition number 6, including or as approved by the Community Development Director. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Look forward to having your Hampton Inn in Johns Creek soon. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item we have is an action item. This is a public hearing on amending Chapter 30, our nuisances, to address specific noise nuisances in the city of Johns Creek, included but not limited to music and amplified sound, landscaping and yard maintenance, equipment, construction activity, domesticated animals, and trash collection. Again, we have Ms. Ebert for presentation.
Again, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. As you recall, a brief background, back in March I was asked to address and create a noise ordinance. Since that time, I've had 2 meetings with a stakeholders group. The group represents both residents from around the city that may be impacted by noise because they live near parks, schools, or other commercial establishments, as well as business owners and commercial establishments here in the city. From meeting with the stakeholders group, we have drafted what we call Option A that was in your package of what we believe is a good representation of where we are currently with the opinion of the stakeholders group. It includes definitions of certain terms, and it is primarily focused on dealing with amplified noise and sound coming from music venues. And it was the opinion of the majority of the stakeholders that the best way to determine whether something was loud was to be able to come up with a measurement system. We did a tremendous amount of research looking at not only what municipalities here in Metro Atlanta use, but all across the country, especially similar communities to the type of Johns Creek. All of them measure dBA sound, which is the normal noise that you can hear, my voice, for example. There are a handful of cities across the country, mostly large communities like Chicago, LA, New York City, etc., that also measure DBC noise, and that's high or very low frequency. And so we believe that it is in the best interest to be able to have a measurement. So the first option goes through here, and it presents certain time frames. And again, I'm talking specifically about noise that is generated from any instrument or device that would be amplified. And that includes, but is not limited to, loudspeaker, bullhorn, amplifier, public address systems, music instruments, radios, or devices that play recorded music to generate any sound for the purpose of communication or entertainment. And the ordinance goes on, the draft ordinance that goes on to recommend that between the hours of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., the DBA level should be set not to exceed 70 or 60 dBA from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., and that's measured at the receiving residential property. In addition, it goes on to say that no person shall employ any device or instrument at any entertainment venue that creates or amplifies sound that exceeds 80 dBc, again that's the high or low frequency, from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. or 75 dBc from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., again measured outside of any receiving residential structure. There are some exceptions that we included in this. The limitations imposed in this section do not apply to a person participating in a parade, athletic event, public assembly, or outdoor special event, provided that an administrative permit has been issued and the person is in compliance with that permit, and any other provisions or city policies, including policies related to activities in city parks. It also, limitations imposed in this section do not apply to public safety vehicles, emergency signaling devices, or authorized public safety personnel for the purpose of alerting persons to the existence of an emergency or emergency work. We go on and we also talk about limitations for landscape and yard maintenance equipment between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. during the work week, and not on Saturday before 8 a.m. and not before Sunday at 10 p.m. in residential property areas, and then for non-residential areas, again, not between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., and again on Saturday, not before 8 a.m. or before Sunday at 10 a.m. if it's within 250 feet of a residential property. We also talk about domestic animals, and we put in a section in here about construction activities. We currently have every contractor and land developer who pulls permits here in the city sign a construction activity agreement. It's a policy right now. We'd like to formalize that by putting that time frame into a noise ordinance, which restricts construction for land disturbance and building activities, so that it shall not be performed between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. on weekdays, or before the hour of 8 a.m. or after the hour of 5 p.m. on Saturdays, or at any time on Sunday, New Year's Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Thanksgiving Day, or Christmas Day, unless authorized by the Community Development Director for certain emergency work. That is basically the essence of option A. I was asked to draft an option B. We call it the mayor's version. The mayor asked that we look specifically at entertainment venues.
Ms. Ebert, if you'd like, I'd be more than happy to present the rationale behind that.
Certainly, sir.
So, Council, I took a different approach when I worked with our staff and with a number of you, as well as the community. The basic premise behind this is a keep it simple methodology. Some have indicated, and some will indicate, that they think that that's subjective, but I'll explain the logic. For the most part, all the other areas, and I do want to make it clear that both of these are trying to more comprehensively look at nuisances created by noise. So you'll notice this is not strictly about entertainment venues in either version. It includes barking animals, construction noise, landscape equipment, a number of other things that we pretty routinely deal with in terms of complaints. In this version, if you'll note on page 2 of the version that you've got in front of you, there is a default, and that is, as it relates to noise, anything that is not otherwise covered falls under what you are used to in our current nuisance ordinance, which is simply that a reasonable person test, which is if someone calls in a complaint, someone will be dispatched, and they'll make a judgment call as they do today as to whether a reasonable person would find that to be a nuisance. Under Section 30-20 is when we get into the real differences. And in this methodology, it basically draws a distinction of two different types of entertainment venues. The first type of entertainment venue is an indoor entertainment venue. So that's a venue where the entertainment is provided indoors, inside the four walls. The other version is an outdoor entertainment venue. I think the easiest way that I can describe that would be potentially like a restaurant where they're offering entertainment on the patio. So in an indoor entertainment venue, the concept is very simple, and that is that an indoor building will contain its noise. So basically, it's a containment type format, and it says basically there will be no noise that is received at a receiving property, residential property, that may be adjoining it or near it. On an outdoor venue, it has a curfew system, and the curfew is simply set recognizing that Sunday evenings, Monday evenings, Tuesday evenings, Wednesday evening, and Thursday evenings are work/school nights, and therefore it sets a curfew currently at 9 p.m. On those evenings. And then on Fridays and Saturday evenings, it sets a curfew at 11 p.m. And then the only other distinction I want to point out is on Saturday mornings, because the curfew runs from the evening before to the morning of the next day. And so on Saturday morning, it says that the noise will not resume until 8 a.m. on Saturdays and 10 a.m. on Sundays. So if you are after the curfew, it's almost the same as if you're an indoor venue, because the expectation is there'll be no noise. So basically the entertainment should stop or cannot be heard by the adjoining receiving properties, the surrounding receiving properties. If it is before the curfew, this sets an expectation with the public that there will be noise, but that noise will be measured under our current nuisance ordinance provision of the reasonable person test. And I think Ms. Ebert can discuss this, but this is not something that we get lots of complaints on relative to the situation. On the landscaping and the yard maintenance equipment, it's basically the same in both versions. Under construction activity, it's basically the same under both versions. Domesticated animals, basically the same under both versions. Trash, the same under both versions. And then one thing that is definitely very different, if you go to Section 30-22, subsection D. So the idea of this was that, of course, we never hope that we have to institute the nuisance ordinance, but should we have to institute the nuisance ordinance, it follows a methodology very similar to our false alarm ordinance, which says that we understand these things happen. If it happens once, then we let the court deal with it however they're going to deal with it. If it happens a second time in a 12-month rolling period, then we are asking the court to make the minimum fine $250. The court can, of course, set a fine higher than that, but they cannot, under this ordinance, set a fine lower than that. If it were to occur a third time, then we're asking the minimum fine double to $500. And if it happens 4 or more times in a 12-month rolling period, we're asking that each violation have a minimum fine of $1,000. I'll remind the council that fines in Georgia for municipalities is limited to $1,000 and or 6 months incarceration, but no more than that on either front. So this maximizes the fine, but it doesn't, of course, deal with any incarceration that might come with a habitual violator. The other thing that it says, and this is something very important to note, it ties another provision to this, and if you'll look under Section 34-59, disorderly conduct. Disorderly conduct is basically disregarding what an officer tells you to do. So in this instance, if an officer, which is the more likely person to be dispatched, heads out to someone who we have a noise complaint on, and among other things determines that in fact there is a violation, and then walks over to the generator, assuming that they can identify that, because they can't write a violation if they don't know who the generator is, and they ask them to cease, and they choose not to, for whatever reason, then if you'll check under Section 13, subsection 13, it says a property owner, tenant, or agent or employee of either a property owner or tenant that fails to obey the otherwise lawful order of an on-duty certified law enforcement officer to reduce noise or vibration coming from a property occupied by them, basically, that is plainly audible or sensed could lead to arrest. So let's be clear, if it is disorderly conduct, it will be an arrest. And that is identified both there, which creates the ability to do so, and then back on the nuisance ordinance version B in subsection E under 30-22. It ties those two together. So I think that covers this version and hopefully some rationale as to why it was presented that way. So both are attempting to get at the same thing, and as you can see, both are comprehensively covering the subject, not just related to entertainment venues. And I'll turn it back over to Ms. Ebert.
So the only other thing that I would like to add, and I presented you an agenda report. In there I made a recommendation. While I did send out both options and my agenda report to the stakeholders last Wednesday, I have not gotten more than a handful of comments, and of the comments that I've received, I haven't gotten any sense of consensus. So my recommendation to the mayor and city council would be to allow us to have one last stakeholder meeting before the June 6th city council meeting so that we could meet, discuss both options, and hopefully have some kind of general consensus to bring back to you with a final recommendation.
So, does that conclude? Council, do you have any questions of the presenter at this time, which you may want to have a discussion about your plan of how you want to handle this, because that may determine when and if you hold one or more public hearings. If not, then I can certainly go ahead and open the public hearing, but I'll first see if you have any questions, because I have a recommendation relative to how we conduct the public hearing this evening. Questions? Councilmember Andres.
I have a bunch of questions, but I think they relate to both. So should I ask it now? Ask them
You can.
now? Okay. And these might be for Sharon, these might be for the chief and Mr. Carruthers. So the DBA and DBC levels that you came up with, how did you arrive at those?
We looked at what was generally used here with cities in the metro Atlanta area, as I said, and these were generally the numbers that we saw. We also looked at other cities across the country that were similar in size to ours, and this seemed to be a general theme, and we erred on a more conservative side. So, for example, the average DBA level here in Metro Atlanta, especially with our sister cities, Alpharetta, Roswell, Marietta, was about 62 DBA in the evening, so we've decided to use 60. But we did do a thorough review of what's generally in other noise ordinances in this area.
And have you taken any readings to date in the areas that are having significant concerns?
Not for the evening. We have older equipment, and so I don't want to go out with the older equipment. We took general readings about 6 weeks ago during the daytime hours.
Okay. And the other cities don't seem to be as residentially based. I mean, our economic development plan talked about how, or the strategic economic development plan talked about how unique Johns Creek was, and that it being a premier residential bedroom community, that it was much different than our surrounding cities. Was that factored in at all to any of the...
Yeah, we looked at places like Palo Alto in California, Saratoga in California, two very premium residential communities in the Silicon Valley area. They had very similar DBA levels. I think we also looked in Florida at similar cities. So we did try to look at comparable premier bedroom communities across the country. Most of them had DBA levels. It was very rare to find them with DBC levels.
Okay. Chief Dinsmore, can I ask you a couple questions?
Go ahead.
So from your perspective for enforcement, plainly audible versus numbers, what are your thoughts?
I'm not a numbers guy on this one, and I'll tell you why. I base most of my decisions on what the line level officer is going to be tasked with doing out there. So you're asking him to take measurements from an instrument that's nothing that I've seen is not going to take in ambient noise from roads, other car stereos playing. You know, so what are we asking them to do? And you read some of this stuff that I read on option A. In section 1 here where we talk about it, and it says that it shall not exceed 70 dBA from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. or 60 dBA from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. measured at a receiving residential property. In addition, no person shall employ a device, so on and so forth, that amplifies the sound exceeds 80 dBc from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. or 75 dBc from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. I read that just to say, wow, that's what I'm expecting the officers out there to differentiate that noise with a meter that somebody else can have on their iPhone and say, well, you measure 80, I measure 79. And then where are we at? And then you take that to court, and everything that we issue an officer, calibrated, certified, trained on, I can't find anything that's going to meet those thresholds on a device that's available to anybody. So we're going to be brought into court to testify on that. I have a degree in street justice. I'm not a lawyer, but I can come up with 1,000 questions on this device that I can't see being prosecuted in our court. So we talk about what's reasonable in that, and you go back to the Supreme Court, United States. When they measure what an officer does, it's a reasonable officer test. That's what they base everything on. So if it's good enough for the Supreme Court on that, I think it's going to fit the city ordinance to measure what a reasonable officer is going to go out there and determine what is loud, what is not.
And plainly audible for you is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have any concerns about any officers who, like the one individual said they may be losing their hearing? Do you have any issues with that?
No. Officer's got to be physically capable to hear. If he can't hear, he's not going to be working.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Andres, while you're on this line of discussion, we may want to ask the attorney.
I do have a question for him. I'm good, thank you. Mr. Carruthers?
Yes, ma'am.
From a legal perspective in court, about numbers versus plainly audible, can you tell me if there have been any court cases or what information you have about if they go to court?
There's a Georgia Supreme Court case that specifically uses the words plainly audible and supports the citations that were issued to a group in Athens, Clarke County. They went up to the Georgia Supreme Court basically on a free speech issue, but the court basically referred to with approval that plainly audible was satisfactory. Is it a little subjective? Yes, but I think it's enforceable. Just as the chief pointed out, the machines, like the breathalyzer or the radar that officers use, you have to train, you have to calibrate, you have to make sure they're in proper repair. All I'm saying is that both can be subject to some kind of a dispute or an attack, but I think plainly audible gives both the police officer enough to testify to, and this court judge enough to rule on, and I think basically is capable of determination, at the property line of the residential property.
And do we have a sense on these other communities that have established DBA and DBC, are they actually being enforced? Just because they're in an ordinance doesn't mean they're being enforced.
And I do not know the answer to that question.
Chief, do you know?
again, we're dealing with such a small number on the complaints that actually happen to this. The ones that I have checked into, there hasn't been a call to enforce it on. So,
In other communities?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We're dealing with a very small amount of call volume to dictate to that. It just doesn't happen that much outside of certain situations, but no.
Thank you.
Other questions at this time? Councilmember Zabrowski.
So, I guess, Chief, I hear you. You don't have to answer anything. You're usually more jovial than that, so I hear what you're saying. Is it proper that...
Is this a question?
This is a question.
And who's it directed to?
I'll tell you in a second.
Okay.
Mr. Hutmacher, is it more appropriate for maybe code enforcement to enforce this rather than put this on our police officers who have, kind of other important jobs to do than to deal with noise ordinance? Would that be better? And then I'm going to go back to Mr. Carruthers and say, I hear what you're saying. It's okay and it's defensible to be, do you hear it or not? But to me, it seems like that a number, you have a certain device that you register, we get it done, and you have that number, and there's no question. There, I hear all the other complaints. It could be subjective, and I just think that, to me, it seems like a number there would be something more defensible. I understand if we're calibrating, all right, we should be okay, just like a breathalyzer, a radar gun, things like that. So wouldn't that be a better defensible thing than I hear this or I don't? And putting that, making our officers go to court and testify on that, did you hear it or not? I mean, it just seems like maybe they're not the right person to do it, and then which is a better defense for us, I guess is the question.
Well, I think that, both methods are both defensible and both have their, chinks in the armor. I think that when you've got a Supreme Court that quotes the very words we're using in the ordinance, I think that is a good defensible ordinance. And again, it sounds good to hold up the magic wand and says it's the decibels of this, but then you've got cars and trucks going by in the same vicinity and they stack the ambient noise, so there are arguments there too.
Wouldn't you have those same arguments if a car goes by and they hear something? If an officer is putting the officers in a tough spot, I hear a car go by, I hear a guy next door playing his music. You don't know if it's coming from here, there, wherever. I mean, wouldn't they have the same? You got to find out where it's coming from. So either way, you got to determine where it's coming from, don't you?
I think that's true. I guess all I'm saying is I think the officer standing out, in the street will be able to make that determination reasonably is the key word. Are either of them infallible? No, they're not.
I just think it puts our officer either way in kind of a spot to a certain extent,
So, Warren, could you address Lenny's first comment about code enforcement and their role versus the traditional public safety role of the police officer?
I will. Both the certified police officer and our code enforcement officials have the obligation and the authorization under the law to enforce city code. That's all city codes. So I think it's really a matter from an efficiency standpoint and the time of day that you have the offense. So, for example, if you have a call about a barking dog during the day, you're going to have an urgency issue. So likely that's going to be a 911 call and an officer would come out and deal with that. If you've got a call at night when the code enforcement officer is not on duty, that would be the police officer's responsibility. If you have a habitual issue of landscaping starting at a certain time and we can easily dispatch the code enforcement officer, that would be the preference during the day when they're on shift. And really from a staffing standpoint, one, I don't think it's a real stretch from the police officer standpoint to be dealing with noise ordinances versus other crimes in the city. And then the other, lost my train of thought, I apologize, so I'll just end it on that.
Other questions at this time? Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent.
So, Mayor, at the end of Ms. Ebert's presentation, she suggested, if I heard her right, that we put this vote off for 2 weeks pending another stakeholders meeting. I, for one, came here prepared to have a public hearing. We've got a room full of people here to have a public hearing. I was prepared to have a vote before we left here this evening, and I think before we hold these people up any longer, we ought to make a decision about are we going to have proceed to a vote or delay it for 2 weeks.
I think so. Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent, I'm certainly prepared to vote, and I think all of us came prepared to vote because we never know whether we're going to or we're not, and I'm confident that all of us have prepared. I think that listening to Ms. Ebert's recommendation and then listening to the public hearing, I think it will become obvious to us whether we feel like we need additional time or not, and I would ask the council to probably reserve judgment, but I would also ask the council, people came here to give public hearing input, and I think it's courteous to give them the opportunity to give that public hearing input, and then we can decide after that whether we feel, in fact, additional time is necessary to prepare and or another public hearing.
So I agree. Assuming my fellow council members agree, I would suggest we proceed with the public hearing then. And reserve additional discussion for afterwards.
I have a couple more questions.
Sure.
If you don't mind. I'll be real brief. Or maybe a statement. I'm a little concerned in some of these. I think our city park should follow the same ordinances that we have for the community. So I want to mention that. Ms. Ebert, I have a question about the 250-foot rule with residential. Why is that in there? Why don't just make it citywide?
We again fashioned this after a number of other noise ordinances that we reviewed across the country, and it seemed that 250 feet seemed to be a common number that we continuously saw.
250 feet is not that far when you're traveling with noise. So I would like to have it, personally, I think I'd like to see that citywide. I'm a little concerned with some of the hours on here.
Are you in both versions or either version?
Well, both versions, possibly. I mean, we're trying to be business friendly here, and we're going to shut people down at 9 and 10 o'clock at night on the weekends. I understand we're a bedroom community. I guess this doesn't matter if everything's staying inside their own place, but I just I want to be a little leery about some of the hours we're keeping. And then I also have some issues with the animal ordinance of 10 minutes of a barking dog. Dogs don't usually bark for 10 minutes consistently. So, and when you have a barking dog next to you, it's probably not a fun thing. So I think there's maybe a better way to do that. And then the other one I know that I've talked to you about is we've had a couple of calls on fireworks. So if someone, I know you can probably address that. And then I'd like to see us possibly put the fines in version A, if possible, if that was going to be the thing. And then can somebody just discuss, we've had a lot of comments, or I've seen a lot of comments about grandfathering in. So if someone was here and then we're going to pass a noise ordinance, can someone just discuss that for us? I don't know who that would be the best person to do that.
Could you be a little more specific when you say grandfathering
if somebody's
in?
here in our city now and they're living and they came in under certain rules, and now we're going to change this ordinance, I mean, can someone just discuss that a little bit?
Well, if the council chooses to adopt an ordinance tonight, you could make it effective immediately upon it being signed. I don't see where anyone would be grandfathered in underneath this particular ordinance. If they violated this ordinance, then they would receive a citation.
Okay.
I'll also point out that this is more, in my opinion, a clarification of something we've already said. If you're not generating noise, you needn't worry. If you're generating noise, we're just being clear as to what our expectation is about that noise. To answer your question about fireworks, so the Georgia legislature passed a bill, which was signed by the governor in the last legislative session, which followed the bill they passed the year before, which allowed fireworks for the first time in Georgia. And it says, except for July 3rd, July 4th, December 31st, and January 1st, the revised legislation permits consumer fireworks discharge from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. and from 9 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. if permitted by city ordinance. We are not allowed to restrict in any way the rules that are in place by the state law on July 3rd, 4th, or December 31st, or January 1st. So right now, without putting something otherwise in place, then the hours are permitted from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. and from 9 p.m. to 11:59. So right now, we would have to put a overt noise or fireworks provision in place to limit those. So separate from the nuisance ordinance. Did I say that correctly, Counselor?
I think that would be best to make it separate, and we could have that by the next meeting, so you can limit it to being 9 o'clock except on the holiday.
I just brought that up because if we're being comprehensive, let's be comprehensive.
So, and the way to be comprehensive on that one is to handle it separately. Councilmember Andres.
I'd just like to make a request as well. I think that the work of the stakeholder group was really good, and I think that we're not done for these types of issues. So I would say whichever version however the public hearing ends up going, I would recommend that stakeholder group continue, because I think there are going to be needs to tweak and to look at different components of this ordinance, like the curfews and the outside venues and stuff like that. And if that, I think that should be in either one as well. So I would like to just put that out on the table, that just because an ordinance may or may not be passed, that the stakeholder group should continue.
So I have one comment on Councilman Saprowski's issue about grandfathering. In talks to our economic development partner, Johns Creek Advantage, they had mentioned to me as recently as this morning that they thought companies like Alcon, is one of our largest employers here in Johns Creek, their plant does emit some noise, would be grandfathered, and I'd assume from the discussion not subject to these regulations. Can you address Alcon as an example?
Yeah, there are certain exemptions, so I wouldn't say they're grandfathered as much as exempt. So there are certain types of businesses that we discussed during the stakeholder meetings. Existing, I think, manufacturing wasn't covered underneath here at all. Again, don't forget that a lot of what's covered underneath here is just amplified sound. So if it's not covered under amplified sound, or maintenance and yard equipment, construction activity, domestic violence, or trash collection.
Domestic animals.
I'm sorry, domestic animals and trash collection, that it would revert back to the existing clause in the nuisance ordinance.
So hypothetically, if option A was passed, and if Chief Densmore's fined public officers were 250 feet away at a residential property, if there is residential property 250 feet away from Alcon, they couldn't be subject to the provisions of this ordinance?
They can't for a different reason, but that's unique to Alcon.
But that's what I'm trying to get to. Where is it makes it unique to
So
Alcon?
when Alcon's zoning ordinance was passed, there were specific provisions put in Alcon's zoning ordinance, which included a disclosure statement which has to be given to the adjoining neighborhood where the complaints are coming from.
That's right. You've mentioned
which we believe have not been given to the prospective land purchasers. It also has to be stated clearly in their HOA covenants that there is this 24-hour facility that existed prior to the existence of that neighborhood. I can safely tell you they would not have been zoned at all had that provision not been put in place, because we weren't going to put residents right next to a manufacturing plant.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, so council, I have a recommendation. There are a number of people, and if I could just to clarify this, of course I have the benefit of these, but by show of hands, how many people would like to speak either for or against these ordinances this evening? So council, you can see there's a number of folks, and I'm probably holding a good 20 cards here. So I'm going to request or ask the council to consider that we hold a 1-hour public hearing. I'll divide that time in half like we do a zoning case, where 30 minutes will be allocated however that those folks choose to use it for those who wish to speak for either A or B and give their reasons. And then those who wish to speak against would be given the other 30 minutes to speak for or against, if that's the council's desire. Okay, before we do that, a request has been made that we take a bio break for 5 minutes. So we are sitting at 5 minutes till 9 o'clock, and I'll ask the council to come back from recess in 5 minutes, okay? We're in recess for 5 minutes. I urge everyone who's standing to come take a seat. We've got plenty of chairs, so you won't have to be standing for the next hour or longer. Then a couple of suggestions / ground rules. First, it's going to be clear that folks have emotion tied whichever side you are on this issue, so I'm going to politely ask at the front end of the public hearing that we not have applause, we not have booing or cheering, that we not have any public outbursts. Let's be respectful of each of the speakers, as well as the council has a very tough job to do relative to these issues. The second thing I'm going to suggest is there's a lot of people who want to talk, if I judge by the public comment cards. I'm holding up this number, which have indicated on the card that they actually are in support of one form or another of an ordinance. I've got just a couple of cards that have indicated opposition, and then I have all these cards that have not indicated anything at all. In the interest of being good neighbors, We're allowing 30 minutes on each side. Decide which side you're on. It doesn't really matter because you'll be able to speak. But also recognize that if you're talking, there's going to be 30 minutes. So there's going to be other people that are going to want to talk either for or against. The other thing that I would ask you to help us, because the point of these public hearings is for us to gain some insight from your input. If you'd identify, if you're making specific suggestions, which version you're referring to. So you can call them A or B. A is the one that we refer to as the stakeholders version. B is the one that we refer to as the mayor's version. So if you're recommending something specific, just say, I'm recommending this related to A or B. And if you need a reminder, just ask me. With that, I will open the public hearing to consider changes to the Johns Creek Chapter 30 on nuisances. All those wishing to speak in favor of either option A or B, please step forward at this time as long as our clerk is ready to start the clock. Are you ready,
Sir, I'm ready.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you.
So, I will quickly try to shuffle through the cards to find your card when you announce your name. So you all may want to take a second and get organized before we start this in terms of who's going to speak when. And with that, why don't we have the first speaker step up?
Thank you, Mayor and Council city members, for taking the time to hear our concerns pertaining to the new proposed sound ordinance in Johns Creek. Let me start by saying that we opened 37 Main Johns Creek in May of 2014. We paid for special permitting and license fees to be able to operate a live music establishment in this city. Once all licenses were received, we then proceeded to spend everything we had to our name in developing a live music establishment that lets people enjoy acts from around the world, along with great food and a fun and safe atmosphere. Things have now intensified, and today we are being presented with the chance of you closing our business. Your decision will affect families that rely on us and our establishment to put food on the table for their families. If you are willing to make a decision that will impact a large number of people, I ask that you at least make a decision that you can truly stand behind. One that provides clear guidelines of what we can and cannot do. Guidelines in the same aspect as speed limits. Speed limits are set to give drivers a clear expectation of what you can and cannot do on each road or highway. All we ask is that the same logic is taken on this case. I feel option B lacks integrity and is once again entirely too subjective. Once the officer receives a call, it will clearly be a judgment call as to whether we receive a citation or not. Also, the new noise ordinance in B states plainly audible. I ask, what does plainly in this sentence mean? Does plainly refer to the officer having to be able to distinguish what song is playing or be able to sing along with the lyrics? That leaves a lot to be desired, and I ask once again to take the confusion out of this and put actual numbers of what we can and cannot do. There are over 6 billion people in this world, and you can't possibly tell me that all feel and sense sound in the same manner. But I will add that all DB readers are capable of keeping a consistent and unbiased reading of each and every case they are used on. It has also been mentioned in council meetings that we are dealing with vibration, not noise, so DB readers cannot be used. I feel that is a very inaccurate statement because an actual frequency will cause vibrations, and all frequencies can in fact be measured with a DB reader. So once again, I present the question, why not use it when we have it? A police officer should not write you a speeding ticket without using a device to measure, that being a radar gun. Just in the same sense that a police officer should not be able to write a ticket for a noise ordinance when they do not have a device, being a DB reader, to measure it by. We are all here today to ask you to look at both sides. That you look at us as a contributing business to Johns Creek, who has done countless charity events in our short 2 years here. We would love to continue to be a part of Johns Creek and ask that you pass option A. Option A takes all the guesswork out and holds everyone accountable, including the neighbors, to a specific guideline. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, 37 Main.
Thank you. So there's my polite ask.
Hello, Mayor, councilmen and women.
My name is Jeff Canner. I'm the audio production manager and owner of Canner Productions. I provide audio for 37 Main. I'm not coming here this evening to talk about the problems. I'm coming here to talk about the solutions. We all hear a lot from a lot of people, but a number would be the preferable way to deal with this. In our special stipulation at 6000 Medlock Bridge Parkway, where obviously we've talked is the major item of complaint, as the chief has mentioned, this could probably be very easily achieved. We have proposed a sound wall that has been rejected, but there is another way. If option A is produced and able to be enforced, 37 Main is prepared to install listening stations at property lines of affected homes and monitored in real time at the club as well as off-site for councilmen, women, or whomever else needs the data to see. This makes sure that we at 37 Main play within the guidelines presented from y'all and will make us accountable for any infractions as well. I too have a family and I want to see this work. We need this to work for the community as well as for all our employees, as well as also keeping our officers doing the jobs that they need to do to protect this community and not chasing down the situation. We'll have calibrated quarterly. They can be monitored and verified. This is a solution, not talking about the problem. I hope that you can take this information that I've given you. If any further discussions that you would like to have with me, I'm open at all times to do so. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to y'all. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Hello, my name is Keith Knabb, and I am in support of option A, the objective measure for the 37 Main. I'm a fan. I'm a native of Gwinnett County. I'm a fan of 37 Main. I am also part of my own city's Public Arts Commission. And in public art, you do have to do a reasonable standard because you don't have an objective measure on art. You can't put a meter to see what will offend one person or another. But if you have a chance to have an objective measure, you have to use it because otherwise it's a failure of leadership. What's happening today in my industry, I'm an owner of a health insurance agency. And I have friends that have been in the business for 20 years and the goalposts have been moved constantly in a subjective way all the time by the federal government. And this is why we don't trust our leaders. And it's caused my friends to go out of business. They've invested their life savings in their insurance agencies. I've got friends here that invested their life savings. And it wouldn't be fair to not have an objective measure to help them to be good citizens and do the things that they want to do, which is help you make money and help you have a good place. It's public art. But you have to have objective standards for them. In Gwinnett County, there was a venue named Wild Bill's. And when it first came in, there were certain standards that the county had. And one of them was a smoking and establishment standard. A year afterwards, they wanted to implement a new smoking standard, and they had invested $1 million in their filtration system. And the county realized we can't go back and make them lose all of that investment, so they grandfathered them in because it would have been patently unfair to them after making an investment, an objective investment in able to make clean air in their establishment. The county decided to give them grandfather status. That's Gwinnett, that's not here, but it was excellence in leadership. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Nick Dima. How's everybody doing tonight? I appreciate y'all allowing us to speak in front of you. You know, as you can see, music brings everyone together, and we all enjoy what 37 Main has to offer. Johns Creek has an opportunity to set the precedence, of what we can do here. I am in total favor of option A. It could be measured. Jeff can measure and keep control of the sound. You know, the White Brothers every year allow me to have a Toys for Tots every year, December 17th. The last 3 years, I've done it in Johns Creek. I've filled up vans with toys for children with cancer. and they didn't charge me a dime to use the venue. You guys want to be fan-friendly and family-friendly in Johns Creek? It would be wrong to do these guys wrong. They've got their whole life savings in this facility. I had a good friend, had breast cancer. She had a double mastectomy. I raised $6,000 so she can do the walk in October in their venue. We need to make this happen for these guys. Seriously. Seriously. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Kramer, and I'm representing the Johns Creek Chamber of Commerce. Our primary concern throughout this process has been that we take a reasonable approach that addresses both our business and residential concerns. We believe that the stakeholder approach addresses that concern, and we applaud the formation of such a committee and its continuance. Secondarily, any such ordinance enacted, we believe, should be measurable and fair. That said, we believe option A is more closely aligned with our members' position, and that's because option A presents objective measurements. It gives businesses an opportunity to achieve said measurements. Option A is the proposal from the said stakeholder committee. And finally, the proposed measurements are similar to surrounding communities. One concern briefly noted by Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent was that there is a concern suggestion for option A is that it give consideration to our existing industrial/manufacturing base because it's not quite clear where they stand with respect to this ordinance. Finally, not only are we concerned with existing businesses and resident concerns, but also for future residential relocation and establishment of new businesses. In that respect, we encourage you to ensure that the requirements of said ordinance remain competitive with our neighboring communities over time and course correct where necessary. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you for letting me read my statement tonight. My name is Ryan Orlip, and I'm the managing partner at Abbott's Bar and Grill. I'm also a resident of Johns Creek. I know all the press in the new city ordinance has been focused on 37 Main Rock Club. They're not the only business that offers live entertainment in this area that would be affected by the new city ordinance. Our business model at Abbott's Bar and Grill also includes live nightly entertainment. I was asked to be on the stakeholders session meetings representing the business of Johns Creek. The committee was established by the mayor and the council to help establish guidelines that would be fair and reasonable for both citizens and businesses in the Johns Creek community. It seems to me, with the noise ordinance goes through, from a business standpoint, we need to have set guidelines to adhere by. The levels should be reasonable levels for both businesses that provide entertainment and the citizens of Johns Creek. Other surrounding communities have well-established guidelines that can be followed. Why can't we do the same? Having an amendment that has no guidelines to adhere to is not fair or reasonable for business owners. Threats of fines and jail time for business owners that are in the community that provide entertainment be seen something that would not be very welcoming. Set a noise ordinance that enables both parties to be happy. The mayor and council asked for a stakeholders committee to be formed. Why are we not listening to the committee that was established? This should be considered by the council to protect both parties. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Chantel Kanaki. I'm the manager of 37 Main Johns Creek. 37 Main is a company I've been honored and proud to be a part of for the past 6.5 years. When we were looking to open a second location, the White brothers wanted a good community their business could grow alongside. It made great sense for that community to be this community of Johns Creek. As we as a company are only 2 years younger than the city of Johns Creek itself. We immediately joined Johns Creek's Chamber of Commerce so we could be a productive member of this community. We have worked with local charities and schools, including sponsoring sports programs, hosting banquets, and even graduation parties, one of which is going on currently as we speak. I have been personally thanked many times for 37 Main's contribution in the growth of surrounding local businesses, including restaurants and hotels. Many of our customers come again and again to Johns Creek and would not do so without us. Unfortunately, all that seems to be overshadowed. I want nothing more than to have a set of reasonable, specific, and measurable guidelines so we can know and do exactly what is expected and allowed. This seems only responsible and neighborly. A way for both the residents of this community and the many businesses of this community can happily and peaceably not only exist but thrive together. In such, we ask only that the council consider and pass Option A's version of the nuisance ordinance. Even the wording of Option B is open to too much interpretation, where a designated dB reader and a set allowable dB limit is not. This is the reason most surrounding communities use specific and measurable standards as well. We want nothing more than to be a continuing and contributing member of the Johns Creek community, and we fully understand that to do so, we must be a good neighbor. We are asking the same in return. One person's unreasonable desire to hear crickets while living along a commercial zone should not overshadow all the positives that various restaurants and 37 Main itself brings to the community. We fear that Option B, due to its extreme subjectivity, is also subject to abuse, as there are no measurable standards. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mayor, my name's Stephen Grant. I'm a resident and a patron. Didn't come prepared for a real speech or anything like that. Just want to give my opinion on the matter. I'm in favor of Option A. I do agree that certain things need to be regulated, but they need to be fair. And fair is not allowing somebody that lives 250, 300 feet away just to say, hey, I heard a drum beat. Let's give them a citation. I don't agree with that. I've seen a lot of things that the Whites do. They do a great job down there. They have great people working for them. It's a great place to go and eat. I've actually sat with my family and my friends on the restaurant side while a band's going on next door and been able to carry on a conversation without having to yell. That to me says something if I'm inside the business itself and I can actually talk to my friends and family. So for that, we ask for Option A. If there has to be one, Option A is the way to go. Thank you for your time.
Folks, I've been able to track comment cards up until now, so if someone hasn't filled out a card, if they'd please fill one out and hand it to the clerk, I'd really appreciate it.
Is that my name? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Corey Chaliff. I am a resident of Johns Creek by choice and have been for many years. When I moved to the city of Johns Creek, expecting to be able to enjoy the smell of pine trees from my rear deck, I never expected emanations from the business behind my home to affect the enjoyment of my property. Let me explain. I live off of Jones Bridge Road, a few hundred feet from the Waffle House. More often than you'd believe, the cooks burn hash browns and waffles, and the smell emanates from the enclosed Waffle House and crosses my property line, even entering my home at times. When this happens, I don't call code enforcement. Every single city council member, the mayor, and the police. Being a good neighbor, I understand it is unreasonable to expect them to contain every light, smell, and sound from my business neighbors. As a citizen of Johns Creek, I come to city council meetings, and I have heard each and every member of this council, as well as His Honor the Mayor, express the desire to shift the balance of the tax burden in this city from the residents by advancing the business friendliness and economic development of this city. By being restrictive and vague, we are doing a tremendous disservice to the city at large. Personally, I prefer no noise ordinance. However, finding the balance of being neighborly and business friendly, I support any language that spells out a reasonable, measurable. When I wrote this, I really thought I was the only one that was going to use the word measurable, but I think we've heard it a dozen times so far. An enforceable ordinance comparable to our neighbor cities. The ambiguity of being unmeasurable will have serious negative consequences for the city for years to come. The eyes of the business leaders throughout the region are upon us, and there are businesses that want to come to Johns Creek. Let's be door openers, not door closers. And yes, I'm about to date myself with this Footloose reference. Let's be Kevin Bacon, not John Lithgow.
Hello and good evening. Thank you very much for your time. As a 6-year employee of the 37 Main Company, it's been more than a pleasure to watch them succeed.
Ma'am, your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Ashley Janelle Turner, legally. Sorry. Anyways, it's a place where great times are had and memories are made, and it's been such more than a pleasure to see them set goals and succeed in those goals, both in Buford and in your city of Johns Creek. So much effort and time has been put on making our brand, and it's definitely put this city on the map in a bit. There's nothing else here really that makes people come visit from out of the state and sometimes out of the country. It's pretty amazing how many people you meet from all over the place at Johns Creek. By making shows stop at scheduled times, which has been going on so far, you're not only harassing good people with ridiculous tickets, but also making businesses lose money and, most importantly, ripping off the customers with shorter shows. I am in definite. I really want you to pass the Plan A. I really feel like it is a more appropriate plan with measurements that can be measured by the appropriate people. There's one word that has been said many times, and that is subjective. I haven't heard that said once during the discussion of Plan A. However, it has been discussed many times and said during the Plan B. Thank you very much for your time. I hope that you give us a chance.
Good evening. My name is Keith Miner. I work at 37 alongside Jeff. I do lighting production. I wanted to give you some numbers since we're talking about numbers and give you an idea of kind of where we fall and where the other noise levels are. Normal conversation is measured by dBs at 60 to 70. Traffic will be about 70 to 85 dBs. A dishwasher from 3 to 5 feet away, 75 dBs. A telephone dial tone, 80 dBs. A mower, 90 to 105 dBs. An ambulance siren, 120 dBs. I could go on. There was a professional measurement taken outside of 37 Main last week when we had Skid Row National Act, and they came up with 76 at the back door about 10 feet away. So we do keep our volumes down, and we do take measures to keep them inside the venue. A car has loud explosions, and there's measures to keep the volume down, but you still hear it. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Matt Hutchins. I'm former drummer of the Breakfast Club. I've had the awesome opportunity of getting to play around 15 shows, give or take, at the 37 Main Buford location and 3 or 4 at the Johns Creek location. After years of actually seeing the front end and back end side of the business for different venues anywhere from Texas to Rhode Island and everywhere in between, these guys are truly top notch when it comes to running a business. The staff is really excellent. The food's excellent. A venue like this is not just your typical wing and dine in, come in venue. This venue is going to ultimately boost the city of Johns Creek's economy by bringing people from surrounding states to see bands like Skid Row that not a lot of other businesses in this area can provide. And with that said, and with people still to speak behind me, I'm definitely for option A. It seems like you definitely, to be fair, you have to have accurate machines, readers, to read accurate dB levels. And with option A, that definitely seems like that is the goal in mind. And definitely, I know the city being around for 10 years now, you definitely want to continue to be an attractive place to open business. And with option A, giving everyone, including Johns Creek, 37 Main, a chance, a fair chance to run a business, that they will comply. That
they've got to put food on the table for their families, but they definitely have the best for the venue and for the city and for everyone involved in mind, and that's why I'm for option A. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I guess I'm going to lead off the group of folks here are going to speak in opposition, I guess, to, or I'm going to speak actually in opposition, or for the amendments, but in some sense, I guess I'm the opposition here in terms of the folks that you've seen here speak so far. My name is Rick Shea. I've lived in the area here since 1990. I'm a Medlock resident. I've lived there for 18 years. I live right behind 37 Main. Now, I do want to make it clear, too, that this is not an issue solely against 37 Main. This is really an issue for Johns Creek as a whole, and I think you'll understand as I go forward here. But I do want to kind of put this in some context. Now, I'm going to cite you some snippets from a report. This is a report that a consulting engineering firm had done, and they did this on behalf of the landlord, the property manager that 37 Main occupies. And as we go through here, I'm going to just point out some stuff that, to a certain degree, we're dealing with at the moment, but this could happen anywhere in Johns Creek if we don't get a handle on it. But basically, the report here is going to tell you that where I live, the ambient noise, the standard in the evenings ranges somewhere between 50 and 55 dBc. That's relatively quiet. You just heard the gentleman give you some figures. It's been a quiet neighborhood for us. The firm, the engineering firm here who did the study, found that at peak times during some of the shows that 37 Main has been putting on there, they reached as much as 130 dBc. Now, mind you, that's not ours. That's an independent engineering firm that's produced this. And we can provide this report if anybody here is interested in seeing that. Now, the other side of this is that this is not an occasional thing. These shows happen 2 to 3 times a week, and this has been going on for 24 months. And I suggest to you, if there was a concern about controlling this, something would have been done by now. Many of the council members here have been out to our neighborhood, and so several of you, and actually quite a few of you, know what goes on. You can hear the music pouring into our neighborhoods. You can hear the music inside our house. And basically, that is just simply not right. And we're not here to try to run off 37 Main. I can promise you that. We really don't care what they do there. But what I'm going to tell you here is that what we want them to do is to contain the noise. And that's consistent with any environmental law across the land. You make a mess, you deviate from the norms, it's your responsibility. You have the burden of controlling that. It's not a burden that we have to carry as a neighborhood. The person who deviates needs to contain it and needs to control it. And so what we are suggesting here is basically, like you heard from the chief and the attorney, is basically keep it simple. A reasonable person knows when there's a deviation. You can clearly tell beyond the ambient noise that there's a problem. And basically, all you got to do is go down there and tell them, you stop. And if they won't stop, there are provisions here to take action and make them stop. But until you do that, you leave this open to the rest of the community. And basically, we have 37 Main now. Who's to say it's not another place in the neighborhood next door or across the street or wherever? And so we're insisting here that basically the council here become the leaders that we voted for, the residents voted for. We are looking for you guys to take the action. You guys set the standards, you guys make the laws, and we'll follow them. And you make sure that after you set these standards that there's consequences. If the deviating party refuses to stop, you put in provisions to make them stop. And we have folks that can and will do that if we write this ordinance correctly. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maya Heller. I am also a resident of Johns Creek, and I live in Medlock Bridge. I have lived here for over 18 years, raising 3 children, all are school age, and they're all actually involved in music programs. They very much are in support of music and arts. We value education and are very lucky to have had the best schools available to us. Unfortunately, for the past 2 years, my kids have been disturbed by constant noise coming from 37 Main. It backs up to our subdivision. Excessive noise and vibration carries on almost every time the venue is open. It is intrusive and can be heard during school nights and well past midnight, but also up to 2 a.m. on the nights that they're open. Our sleep is often disrupted, and my family is all sleep deprived. My kids are not able to perform their best in school since they're constantly tired. Despite many attempts to work with the venue, we have been unable to resolve the problem of this noise. The biggest problem is the low, bass sound that pours out of the venue. It can be felt and heard outside my home, but especially inside my home. My neighbors and I have called in over 100 complaints in the last 2 years to the police about this excessive noise. This is not only one drum beat every so often. My family has suffered, but the venue has continued to thrive. We have had other entertainment venues in front of our subdivision throughout the years, and never have we had this problem. We ask for a solid noise ordinance. We find it to be imperative to our community. We're in favor of option B. It is clear, it is concise, and in my opinion, it is easily enforced. It avoids extra spending for expensive equipment and complicated training for our code enforcement and police officers, as you've all heard. We are in full support of local business, but not at the expense of my family and residents of Johns Creek, and certainly not at the expense of my children's well-being. We encourage you to vote for option B. We feel that it would truly contain excessive noise. As residents of Johns Creek, my family are all looking forward to having peace and quiet restored. We have to preserve our rights to enjoy our property as well. We have been here for 18 years. My kids are here and would like to speak. Yes, they have finals this week, but yet they're here. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mayor, isn't this our excuse me, sir. Mayor, I was going to ask the last 2 folks that spoke seemed to be in opposition. I didn't know if you needed me to adjust the time accordingly. It's up
I
to
think
the
what
mayor
I'm
and council.
seeing is that folks are generally either 4A or 4B, and by default that means they're against the other one. So unless I see that we're running out of time, council, we'll just keep running through them because...
I see. Thank you for the clarification. I apologize for interrupting.
It's okay. Hello, my name is Rachel Heller, and I'm in the 7th grade. I am with option B because it is easy and clear to use. I would like to tell you about the noise that we hear all the time. Every night I go to bed worrying if I will be able to fall asleep because 37 Main plays such loud music and has a lot of thumping. Most school nights I do not get enough sleep and wake up really, really tired. When this happens, I feel like I cannot concentrate in school and my grades dramatically have gone down. Going through finals is really hard right now, especially not knowing if I can be able to get enough sleep. I hope that you can help us with this problem so I can get some sleep soon. Thank you. My name is Gabrielle Heller. I'm in the 8th grade in Autrymill Middle School. For the last 2 years, I've been unable to fall asleep until very late at night, many times during the week. This is because of the constant noise I have to hear coming from 37 Main. It is mostly the hard thumping bass that keeps me awake at night. I can feel it vibrating in my bed and even in my bones. I have not been able to get any rest. I had finals recently and have had to suffer through them because I was not getting enough sleep. I hope we can have something in place so that my family and I can get enough peace and quiet and much needed sleep. I am for option B.
Excuse me for interrupting you again, Mayor. I apologize. Just for clarification, for my purposes on the timeline, I'd been putting down 30 minutes for oppositions. Do you want me just to continue with a full hour?
Council, it's becoming clear to me as we go through this that if someone's for A, they're against B. They could have registered themselves as support or opposed. If someone's for B, they're against A, so they would have registered themselves as support or opposed. We've got plenty of time left. I think we have 20 plus minutes left. more than happy to let everyone line up and pick their A or their B, and we'll just keep
Okay.
rattling through
Thank you
this
for
if
the
the council has no
clarification.
objections. That's fine. Because I'm not sure we're going to be able to determine someone is truly for or against unless they're just absolutely against everything.
Hi, my name is Jeff Cook. I'm a Medlock Bridge resident, and I am clearly for option B, Mayor, your option. A couple of points I want to make. A couple of years ago, this business was allowed to come into the city. Several of you that sit behind the dais have literally told me face to face, we made a mistake. We never understood that this was going to interrupt and affect you people the way this did. So I appreciate the honesty of those of you that have said that. We do understand that a mistake was made. For 2 years, we've been complaining on a very regular basis. For 2 years, we've watched elections come and go. We've spoke to you folks as you ran for office. We've tried to get you folks on our side. We've been very successful in bringing our point to you. Many of you have stood on my very driveway and listened to this business at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, whatever. Your help, you're very appreciated. We love you to death. All the help that you can give us, we appreciate. We're tired. We're extremely tired after 2 years of being attendant at a rock concert every weekend that we never wanted to go to. It doesn't go away. It's not a one-time event. Somebody said if you hear a drum beat, this isn't a drum beat. This is a constant 4, 6, 8 hour rock concert that you hear. And you hear it every weekend, whether you wanted to hear it or not. It goes on and on and on. The other gentleman was talking about how wonderful the White Brothers are because they let him have a breast cancer patients awareness project, whatever. They haven't done a damn thing for my wife, who's been recovering from breast cancer since the month they moved in.
Let's have one.
The point is, the White Brothers have known about her condition. We've even discussed it in meetings with them. They haven't turned the sound down. These guys had one zero-cost way to change this. All they had to do was turn the sound down. And for 2 years, they've defied you. They've defied the police department. They've defied the city court, the judge. They haven't done what you've told them to do clearly. Tell them again. Tell them this way. I certainly appreciate the chief standing up and saying he's not a numbers guy. My God, if we ask your guys to learn one more piece of equipment, how in the world are they ever going to do it? Their face and their ears receive what they need. I'm with you, Chief. Appreciate that. I don't know what else to say to you. The mayor has come up with a wonderful plan. It lets these guys turn the music up to where their patrons' ears bleed, if that's what they want. All we're asking to do is keep the sound inside your building. How simple is that? You want your business to grow? You want to do it loud? Do it loud. Just spend the money to soundproof your building. How difficult is that? Unfortunately, we were here before you guys, so it's not us who should soundproof our homes.
Mr. Cook, please address the council.
Couple other points, and now I've forgotten them because you tapped your gavel.
Sorry, Mr. Cook.
Thank you again. Appreciate it.
I'm Rich Schuler. I live in Medlock Bridge. I live behind 37 Main. And Leonard, I am as a grandfather many times, and have, you consider the grandfather clause, 21 coming on 22 years is where I've lived. And I've been through other restaurant venues. And if you recall, we came here in December of 2014 and met with you and asked for help. We had talked to the folks here and asked them to turn it down. I had not called the police. Then in April 18th, Judge Don Schaefer had a trial with these fellows. And at that time, the White Brothers said, we absolutely want to work to make this right. We won't stop until it's right. And I believe you fellas. I really wanted that to happen.
Schuler, please address the
council.
council.
But I just want to make sure that I knew we heard them and documented that at that hearing. And since then, the report that was referred to was actually done with their landlord. That's their readings. We had another sound person come in to take readings. So it can't be denied. It's a problem. The DBA DBC readings are outside of tolerance. I support B for two reasons, okay? One, I've had police officers, unfortunately, we as a group have gathered together. 2 weeks ago, Wednesday night and school night, we had police officers there. I invited them up to our bedroom at midnight. I wanted them to hear within bedroom what that bass sound does and why you can't sleep. They went over, they said the band's leaving, but the sound went up even higher after that. So we got a trust bond here. And I think a police officer, I have great respect for the police. I've been in the military during Vietnam. I respect authority. I want to see authority here, and I want to see it be respected in this community. 21 years, I've formed 4 companies since I've been here. I never would form a company that would ever harm somebody. That's the last thing I would do in creating a company, is cause it to harm somebody. I'd fix it and do it right. Let's do it right, let's fix it, and let's turn it over to the police, as they have been doing, to ensure it's done correctly. Council, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
My name is Mac Mullins. I am the Executive Vice President of the Brand Banking Company and CEO of the Bearland Group, a venture capital firm with sizable investments throughout the state of Georgia and right here in Johns Creek. And to the gentleman's point, 130 decibels, it's a military jet aircraft taking off from an aircraft carrier with afterburners within 50 feet. There is not a PA system out there that can make that kind of noise. So to his point. I respectfully ask those on the council that don't have an obvious vested interest in the outcome that you strongly consider adopting option A. This is a reasonable compromise that provides equal protection and consideration that works well across all major and minor cities across the U.S. In fact, cities follow Ordinance by reference book, which details dB levels across all nuisances. A reasonable person test is subjective at best, and I would argue opens you up to lawsuit at worst. So you can gamble the taxpayers' funds as to who would win, especially as it relates to licensed businesses and business exemptions as you've presented. The city of Kennesaw, Gainesville, Marietta all have devices to measure. I've spoken to the city council member of each of those where I have businesses, and they all have confirmed how they measure. I can measure speed in my tachometer, and you can measure speed by radar, but who wins? The chief wins. Plus, we aren't dealing with a frat house here. Do we really need more laborious regulations that impede our pursuit of happiness and freedom just to live out our daily lives? I enjoyed the gentleman's discussing their desire for a cricket field, their ability to pursue their happiness. No difference than the art studios or folks that want to dance or rock with their favorite band. It is what makes us all uniquely Americans. Let's provide businesses that are harmonious partners with the city and its residents. We feed you, we entertain you, we provide an outlet for the daily grind. Johns Creek calls itself the exception. Well, here's your chance to live that tagline and be the exception to overreaching government and to provide clear guidance that is equitable to all. Thank you very much.
Mayor, Council, thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak. I admit I'm a little nervous. I'm from this Lilburn, which is considerably smaller than Johns Creek, but I'll share with you as an experience.
Can I get your name, sir?
Certainly. It is Adolfo Ponce de Leon, yes, like the street in downtown Atlanta. And residence is in Rossford Court of Lilburn. The city of Lilburn decided to pass an ordinance in order to curb crime, in order to curb ordinance, and it had an adverse effect. I think that's been a word or a phrase that's been used several times during the work sessions. And my fear is without clear and measurable numbers that it will become ambiguous and there could be some adverse effects. So I actually have a few questions that I believe will be of concern for the council in the work sessions as they finish their analysis. Does the language also not infringe on potential entertainment venues at churches that could be holding wedding receptions late in the evening so that neighbors of those wedding receptions could actually complain? It says non-residents in a church could be considered a non-residence? Is the language loose enough where a church could be impacted, or a reception, not specifically the church? Has preliminary measurements been taken with the certified or the devices that will actually be used? Or are these preliminary devices and then a certified device would be taken later? I'm not looking for an answer right now. These are just questions I'm posing to the council and the working group. And how do the recommended measurements rank compared to other cities? If it's the actual lowest, I believe this city's, the residents of John Creek would like to know why is theirs is the most restrictive of any of the city in the state of Georgia. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Ash Tarani. I live at 3183 St. Ives Country Club Parkway. I'm here on behalf of St. Ives HOA Board. You've heard plenty about the Plan A and Plan B. There's one provision. I won't speak too much about the two plans. There's one provision is in both the plans that we have an exception to. Now, the golf courses are exempt from the landscaping and maintenance provisions, the timings. And now, a lot of homeowners live around these golf courses. They're not in the Johns Creek Tech Park. They're not a manufacturing far away from homeowners. So to exempt them from any kind of a noise does not seem prudent. So we feel that there should be a time when the landscaping equipment can start. As far as the time is concerned, that's something that can be worked out, but there should be a time. There should not be a blanket exemption. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Stephen Arroyo. I'm also a resident of Medlock Bridge. I also happen to run the physical therapy practice that's located at the front of the neighborhood, TheraSport Physical Therapy. When I was first told, we used to go to the club that he had that they have up there in Buford before they ever came to Johns Creek. So when I heard they were coming here, I've lived in Medlock Bridge for 14 years, by the way. And so when I first heard they were coming here, we were thrilled, we were ecstatic to have something like that in Johns Creek, something where we could be near our homes and still go and get back and not have to drive all the way around the world. And so it was great not to have to drive to Buford for a change. And when I first was brought up to me that it was such an issue with some of the neighbors and stuff, I said, man, I find that hard to believe, because there'll be times where we'll be coming back from somebody's house or somewhere, and we didn't, somebody we might wanted to see at their club and we didn't make it in time. We'll say, well, let's drive by and see if we can see if the band sounded like they're any good. You can't hear anything until you get right in front of the door that's open, and that's going to the front parking lot. Now, being here today and hearing the testimony of my fellow neighbors, which obviously I hate to hear I'm there I serve the community as well. I hate to hear that they're having these kind of difficulties, and I don't call them liars if they've had that much trouble to call these many complaints and these many things. But what we're looking at is, and I represent several of the neighbors around our community as well that didn't come in I guess you'd say, support of the facility. But what I see is a subjectivity between myself and some of the neighbors that are around me as far as how much we approve of what they're doing and how much we like it and how it does not disturb us. I've never heard them once where I live in the neighborhood. But I see that there are other neighbors that obviously have had great difficulty with it. I can't see that there's anything that would be more fair than having an immeasurable solution. Option A provides clear-cut basis that they can abide by and that the residents can live by. So I think option A is the only thing that's fair, because the subjectivity, just in the fact of people empirically who live in the neighborhood talking about I can't hear anything, and these people saying that they can't sleep in their room because they got a bass drum in their ear. Obviously, there's a huge subjectivity to it. So I greatly support option A, and I'd like to also just add that in my business, we hear a lot of people, obviously they're in the community, that come through and talk about how much they enjoy having this place and having somewhere like this to go. So definitely, I think it's a good thing for the community. I think that if it can be regulated in a way that's measurable, it's fair for everyone. Thank you for your time.
My name is Mark Ventgo, resident for City of Johns Creek, and I wasn't actually planning on talking tonight, but I was listening to a lot of the comments that are being made. By degree, I'm an electrical engineer, and I've actually specialized in RF, radio frequency. I just wanted to point some things out to the City Council, so in order to help you, hopefully assist you in making a decision. When you're talking about, everyone's been talking about decibels, okay? dBA, dBc. Decibels refers to amplitude when you're talking about a frequency. Music, sound is made up of a variety of frequencies. If we go back a little bit and you think about your amplifier at home or your receiver, and you look at a spec, go to Best Buy, you'll see a range from 20 hertz up to 20 kilohertz in general, or 20, let's do it this way, 20 hertz up to 20,000 hertz, okay? Each frequency has amplitude, but there's something else that hasn't been mentioned here tonight that I implore you that you all understand. Low frequencies, mid frequencies, and high frequencies also have something called its wavelength. Wavelength is critical because that's what you're dealing here with tonight. Low frequencies, you hear about bass, you hear about booming, all that. If you go back to your car stereos, you have your volume control. That bass knob that adjusts tone, that adjusts low frequencies. Low frequencies, bass levels, have longer wavelengths and travel further through the air than high frequencies. I'm not here to tell you A or B. Right now, I just want to point some things out to you guys. Okay? Those low frequencies travel further through walls. Subwoofers, if anyone has a subwoofer in their home, you can literally put a subwoofer inside of a closet and those waves will travel through walls. Okay? Again, I'm pointing out some technical aspects. dB, and even the term dB, dB is not a unit. You have to have dBA, dBc, dBr. There's got to be a third letter to it, depending on what you're measuring, what unit. dBc is a carrier. What's a carrier? It's a frequency. But you got to say what that carrier frequency is at. 20 hertz, 100 hertz, 10,000 hertz, which would be 10,000 kilohertz. I'm here to point out to all of you. Take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, however you want to go with this decision, but just educate yourself on what a frequency is. It has two components. It has amplitude and it has wavelength. So when you hear people talking about booming noises, those lower frequencies are traveling further distances. You can have a high volume at high frequencies, but because, and it looks like, if we go back to our geometry days, a sine wave, okay, a high frequency will have a shorter wavelength that'll be more compact. You can have the amplitude, okay, but it's compact, so what happens? It stays within the property. Now, you have a lower frequency. It generates this sine wave, and that sine wave, you can even have less amplitude with it, but it'll still travel out. Again, A or B, I have my personal preference. I am not affected by it. Fortunately, it doesn't affect me. But I want to implore all of you to understand what frequency is. Wavelength does have an impact to it. So when you talk about decibel levels and you talk about, well, this is where what's audible, what a person hears, okay? If I blow a dog whistle, there's still a frequency, but it's not audible to the human ear. A dog can hear it. It'll annoy the heck out of a dog. It's still a frequency, it's still there, but we can't hear it. So there is a component as far as what a human hears. But just understand also there's a distance component to it, depending on the frequency. Go back to the days, the younger days, when you had a good car stereo or a receiver in your home. Take 5 minutes, understand low frequencies, high frequencies, what frequencies are, and then I'd say in a short amount of time, you'll understand that there's two components to frequency and audio. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Judy LaFave. I reside at 195 Boxford Court. I am here tonight as president of the Johns Creek Community Association. I'm also on the stakeholder committee. I'm here tonight not to speak for A or B, although I'm going to lean towards A because I'm part of the stakeholder committee. My request is let us finish the process before you decide one way or the other. Because if we don't get a chance and an opportunity to clearly go through this process, it shows the public that any time this process comes up, the mayor and council can circumvent it with their own ideas. And what's that look like? I hear everybody talk about transparency. It's something you do, not something you try. It's extremely frustrating to go to meetings, give your input, sit as a group, have open discussion, and then get sidetracked with this. So, on behalf of those homeowners and others in the committee, please wait and make a vote 2 weeks, 4 weeks. Let us get the process right. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on the public hearing? Sorry, would anyone else like to speak at this public hearing? Anyone else like to speak? With that, I'll close the public hearing. Council, the floor is yours. Councilmember Gray.
I have a question maybe for Sharon, and it's to Judy's last point. Where is the stakeholder group in its process? She asked that process be completed. Help me understand where they are now and what does complete mean.
Well, as I recommended to the council earlier this evening, we now have before you two options. Option A is where the stakeholder committee is as of this moment. We do have representation from all parties, and I would like the opportunity to bring option A to the committee and have a discussion among all the parties so that we can see if there's elements of option B that people believe should be incorporated in option A or vice versa. So that is the request before you.
So let me just follow up on Councilman Gray's question. So the stakeholder group didn't have the chance to address option B?
I sent it out to them Wednesday afternoon, and I've received less than a handful of comments back from some of the stakeholder committee members, but I think part of the importance of having a stakeholder group is the dialogue that happens. So everybody's able to hear everybody else's opinion, and I think that's much better than just getting somebody's email back.
I'd like to address a question to one of the White brothers, or both of them, about structural improvements to the building, if you could approach the podium. So, while I wasn't directly involved in the talks, I heard from the mayor and others that there were discussions with your landlord, yourself, about structural improvements. A sound engineer was brought in months ago, made recommendations. I think those recommendations are priced out. But to my knowledge, it didn't go beyond that. Or help me understand why those recommendations haven't been implemented, and whether it's option A or option B, why something has been done to better contain the sound within the four walls and the roof.
The cost to fix it from the engineer was around the $200,000 range, and everybody was fearful without numbers actually in place, and having something so subjective out there, that who in their right mind would spend $200,000 without specific guidelines to stay with. We've already spent close to $50,000 to abate the noise, and so we would be in it, pretty deep without any protection at all, or we don't even know where we need to be under. So that's where the hesitation for the fix has come.
So if option A were implemented, you had specific dB levels to adhere to. Does that state that? Do you then extend that comment to mean you would make the structural improvements, you'd make the investment in the building to do that, or would just continue to try to live within the ordinance without the additional investment?
From the last conversation with the landlord, that's all he wanted was specific guidelines, and then he would be on board with fixes from our last conversation. But he wouldn't do it without, and I can't blame him. I mean, it's something where you could spend X amount of money and have no reassurance or no real guidelines in stone. It's just it was hard, and nobody was willing to do it. But the last conversation I had with the landlord, that's all he asked for was specific guidelines to where we couldn't get, it would have to be the truth being told.
Mayor, I know you've been trying to contact the landlord. Did he ever return a call or make?
Oh, sure he has. But let me, if I may.
Sure, absolutely.
So what DBA and DBC level would be acceptable to you all? Because let me give you my viewpoint.
Sure.
My viewpoint and why I went about option B. Forget how we get there. It's a simple premise. An indoor venue should contain its noise indoors. The premise of setting a DBA and DBC for an indoor venue implies there's an acceptable amount of noise that can spill out into a neighbor's yard. To me, I don't care what actually happens with the building until it goes into a receiving property's property. And so, Joe, I appreciate where you and David are relative to your plight. Just like I appreciate, for example, another outdoor venue, because there's at least 3 of them that we've had issues with. Where I become less empathetic is when it goes over into the neighbor's yard. So my question is, what would be acceptable to spill into their yards?
I think the stakeholders hit it on the head, personally. I mean, noise will spill over. You can hear the tires on Medlock Bridge spilling over to the neighborhood. So, I mean, noise, it's just kind of a blanket statement to say no noise can leak over into a property. So I just feel like, I don't know. I just feel like it's kind of vague.
Fair enough. Councilmember Andros.
The report that was issued stipulated what different sound levels. Have you made any attempt to try to bring the music down to those levels from the report that was generated by the landlord?
Sure. Yeah, we've taken steps into lowering our low-end frequencies. Absolutely.
After that, did you test the levels in the neighbors' houses and in their property to find out if it worked?
Not in their homes. We've asked to go inside to do some readings on our own to know exactly what frequency could be entering the home. We've been denied, so it's hard to tell what frequency that we need to cut out when we can't go into the homes.
Councilmember Zaprowski.
I'll ask a couple questions. Mr. Schuler, Mr. Cook, one of you guys, if you want to step up for a sec. I'll ask while you're walking up. Do you guys are you opposed to having numbers and having a readable number?
I'm not opposed to a number, but what's going to happen is we're never going to hit a number that we can agree on. Now, the number that's in the draft ordinance, that's never been agreed on in the Stakeholders Council. That was an initial number. So anybody who thinks that was agreed on by the Stakeholders Council and it was voted out to come to the floor, not what happened. That number has not been debated, argued, or decided on yet. But between the frustration of the council and the actions that have gone on, Sharon reported just exactly what she had. This is where she stands today. Now, if we have to go back and debate that number, and are we ever going to find a number that's low enough for me and high enough for these guys? No. What you're asking for is just what you were discussing. How much are we supposed to tolerate? And that's what we're talking about, is a tolerance level. Are we ever going to find a number? Highly debatable. Can I point out one thing?
Sure.
Mr. Schuler testified just a minute ago that he had invited people to come into his home and take measurements. Then you just heard people say, we've never been invited in before.
That was my second question. Would you be amenable to them coming in to test?
Absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, I called over in the first 6 months, and you had a manager named Tony that worked there, and he was going to come over, and he didn't. But I've invited him in. I'm not an ordinary person. I've created businesses, and I want people to succeed. I want them to be successful. I don't make successful, but I'm a reasonable human being, and I want them to come and face at midnight when my wife's taking a shower. You heard the definition of what happens with that low wave frequency. So my fear is they're going to set some standard that doesn't really engineering apply to what the problem is. And we got 21-year residents that have lived there in a wonderful community that's making life miserable. And the sleeping elephant I've been mentioned is, wait till we try to sell our houses. I mean, I would hate to sell my house to someone with young kids in school that on a Wednesday night put up with that. And what would those houses be discounted what's the value that's been destroyed when I just live there? I didn't do anything wrong, and there's been other musical venues there. So that's the fear of what I have with Sun Sound.
I gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question? What's the point?
Actually, Mr.
I don't think you can.
Mr. Cook,
it's
if the
redirected
councilman,
discussion.
if we direct questions, we can ask them, but this is the council's time at this point.
Let me think of what it is. Mr. Cook, did you have a question for me?
Councilmember Zabrowski, I'm sorry, that's not the way this works.
I'm trying to get the information here. So
I
that's fine,
understand,
okay.
but we need to be
Okay, I
dealing
gotcha.
with the questions that we've
Can I
got.
elaborate on my answer to him?
Councilmember, did you get the answer to your question?
I don't think I got it all.
You had asked whether coming inside was an option. I'd like to know why that's important. Property rights, since English law, Magna Carta, I'm sure Mr. Carruthers will agree with me. Property rights begin at the property line, not inside my house. I have a wonderful pool and backyard. I don't want to hear the heartbeat of 37 Main in the back of it, so the interior of my house should have nothing to do with it. But you need to understand, my neighbors haven't been able to open a window on a crisp, cool night for 2 years. My neighbors have not been able to wake up and hear birds chirping with open windows for 2 years because the trade-off is the heartbeat of 37 Main or the opportunity to have fresh air in your home.
Gotcha.
So there is a difference there. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more question if it's okay.
Councilmember Zabrowski.
Mr. Vanko, could I ask you a question? You seem to be very knowledgeable about this, and you seem to have brought up some information that could be pertinent to this. Were you involved with the stakeholders committee at all?
No, I came here to listen just as a concerned citizen. I honestly, to everybody, didn't have an A or B position, but again, I'm just trying to provide details when it comes to radio frequency. And again, even after the public discussion, decibels, it's only amplitude. When you're talking about low frequencies, and I would say that, even if you ask the audio engineers at 37 Main or anywhere else that does audio, they'll also tell you that low frequencies have long wavelengths, and they can travel through walls, outside. Walls don't stop low frequencies. Now, if the amplitudes are low enough, sure. Okay? So, again, wavelength is a huge component here, and wavelengths are not something that are easily contained. Hence, that's why where you have homes, I'm from New York, okay? If anyone knows Queens and airports, and if you live by an airport, airports go into homes, they do sound insulation in the homes, and go to extreme levels to accommodate and reduce, if at all possible, eliminate those wavelengths. So every time everybody talks about dB, the issue, in my opinion, that you're having here is the wavelengths of the low frequencies.
And are there ways to stop that you know of?
When I hear $200,000 over there, that doesn't surprise me. I'm not going one way or the other. I know how I would feel if I had one of those homes.
Right.
But it's an investigative process. And the point that was just made is, where do property lines start, and stop if someone does have a pool? So there's an issue. All I'm asking as a concerned resident is that you guys be aware that this DBA, DBC thing, that you're talking about, looking at other places, that's not talking about the wavelength, because DBC is decibel carrier. A carrier is a frequency. That carrier, you have to define whether it's at 20 hertz, 100 hertz. The C is just a carrier. It doesn't tell you where it is on the RF spectrum.
And are there devices that measure that with hertz and things like that?
I can't speak to current technology, but I would tell you that, with progression and technology, there's probably something out there. And that's where a collaborative effort has to come. But again, I'm trying to be partial as far as interest. Do I believe there's devices out there? Yes. I can't state that as a fact. All right? But it's a wavelength issue that you're having. Okay, yeah, sure. High frequencies, they can go, but it's the low frequencies that carry through walls. If you remember, like I said, if you ever been next to a car at a stoplight, or even 5 cars away from the stoplight, and they have a huge subwoofer there, and you can feel your own window shake, that's because of the wavelength. So, again, but yes, is there probably devices out there? Yes, I can't tell you factually as far as what part number or who makes it, but most likely yes.
Councilmember Zaprowski.
Sure.
Have you ever walked by a movie theater? Outside the movie theater. I'm not talking about inside the building. I'm talking about literally outside the building.
Sure.
While movies were going on.
Right.
Did you hear them?
No, you don't.
Have you walked by other venues that have been playing loud noise inside? Did you always
I'm
hear
sure
them?
I have. I'm not getting at any point here.
My point is simply this. For me, measuring is important, surely. Being objective is important. But at some point, the question that I'm really asking the council is, when should noise be contained or not be contained? How we ultimately determine it was contained, we can talk about. The real question that I'm asking the council is, do you want it contained or not?
So the real question that I'm asking is, we have a little bit of an issue here because we're putting a noise ordinance that we're trying to make for this whole city. And it's so important that we do this right because we are trying to be business friendly and we're trying to do these things. And then we have a specific instance that we cannot direct this noise ordinance to. Now, I don't want to see someone get kicked out of here, a business that's bringing in this many people, but I also don't want, if I was in one of those houses, and you know my experience, I've been in one, I had to move my business because of that same situation. So I'm very familiar with that situation. It's not a fun place to be in.
Here's my other concern.
The thing is, though, we have to do this as all-encompassing, and to me, it just makes sense that you have something measurable that you can do, and if there's devices out there, that's what we should do. That way there's no questions involved.
Except that things don't work the same way all across the city. When you live against 141, there's a certain ambient noise that's created while the traffic is happening on 141. If you live away from 141, let's say where I live, for example, my biggest ambient noise is whether school's in session or out of session at that time, or whether practice is happening on the practice field or not. One of my big concerns is, I don't care what the level is, whatever you set, if it's going to work for someone on 141, it may blow me out of my house, depending on what that's set at. Because you're obviously going to want to set it higher than the ambient noise. And their ambient noise is different than my ambient noise. But what's a nuisance to me will be clearly understood, and what's a nuisance to them may be different. And so I want to make sure if we're going to set something, that we make sure that we take into consideration that there's a lot of varying circumstances in and around different places in Johns Creek. I guarantee you the ambient noise in Shake Rag is pretty darn quiet compared to other parts of Johns Creek.
So maybe we have to look at that in our city. I don't know. My point being is, are we ready to do this right now? And I don't. I came in here ready to go, but now I have a lot of questions, especially with some of the testimony.
I'm ambivalent on whether we do it tonight. I'm just not ambivalent that we do something.
I agree with you, and I also think too that the point being made is we did put a stakeholder committee together, and we haven't allowed them to go through the process yet. So, it is, that's a point that hasn't really been made. That I think we need to consider.
So to that point, can I ask Sharon one last question, or an additional question? So your comment, or about actually Mr. Cook's comment, that the stakeholder committee did not debate the specific dB levels that are in option A. Is that?
We started debating the DBA levels. We were still looking to come to some agreement on DBC levels. We also were considering an ambient level option. There are some ordinances out there that say that once the ambient level is measured, the mayor gave a good example that it's probably different all over the city depending upon where you're located. So some ordinances set it either 5 or 10, say, dBA above what the ambient level is. That, again, could be subject to figuring out what the ambient levels are, because we know when we went out during the daytime hours that they vary greatly depending upon how close you are to some of our heavily trafficked roads versus being in the middle of a residential subdivision. But that's one way to measure it. The other thing that I just want to point out to some of the more sophisticated cities like Chicago and New York City, San Francisco, when they measure DBC levels, they have a frequency chart. So they will go the full range of hertz and then tell you what that level is. I didn't think we wanted to get to that level of sophistication. I do believe we have a very unique situation with the 37 Main Street venue, and I don't think we need to get that complicated. We just need to solve the problem at that particular location. But we did not figure out what we wanted to set DBCs at.
So, go ahead,
Sharon, let me just ask you about that last point on sophistication. Don't we need to get sophisticated? Because this isn't a one-off, right? We're trying to set an ordinance, right, that's going to apply generally and in all cases. So I'm an engineer, but I'm not an electrical engineer, and I'm not sure I'm ever going to know as much as you do about noise, but I do remember buying speakers for my car 30, 40 years ago. Don't we need sophistication?
I believe we need sound measurements, and that's where I think the stakeholder group, the majority, not the consensus, but the majority felt that measurements would be definitive. What I basically saw in probably 90 to 95% of all the noise ordinances that exist is that most of them measure dBA. Again, I think I said this earlier, there's only a handful that measure dBc. We do know for a fact that I believe it's Marietta and Roswell have in their ordinance dBc levels. When we contacted Roswell, we did not get through to Marietta, but we did contact the people over in Roswell, and we asked them how they enforce their dBc levels, and they basically said that they basically don't, that it hasn't come up as an issue. So, like I said, the majority of the noise ordinances clearly delineate dBA levels. Sometimes they will do it as we did, which is during time frames. Sometimes they break it down between work week and the weekend.
But I'm not sure that, I don't know enough about what's happening in Roswell and if there's a similar situation. But we're hearing from an expert that DBC is a big issue, and I'm hearing that calls for some degree of sophistication. And when we're trying to measure against relative ambient noise, it's always varying. How do we achieve that degree of sophistication?
You know, I'm also not a sound engineer, and I do believe there have been some sound tests being done there. I would think that would be the best thing to do, is to go and measure the ambient DBC levels. We did do, again, with an old measuring device, during the daytime levels, the DBC levels that we measured were almost always higher than the dBA levels. So I would suggest doing a test case if you really want to get some specification in terms of that particular venue.
I saw a gentleman raise his hand, and I remember him being an expert. Could I ask him to comment on this question? And forgive me for not
Jeff
calling
Cantor.
your name. Jeff.
Okay, what the gentleman was speaking to is absolutely true, and I did not have enough time to expound, obviously, on my statements with the limited time that I have. But he's absolutely right. A low frequency has a longer wavelength. In the offending frequency range of anywhere from 40 to 80 hertz, you're looking at a wavelength somewhere around 10 feet. The only way to combat long frequency standing waves like that is density. Density being thickness, hard concrete, thick, dense materials. This is not sheetrock. This is not anything like that. These are dense materials that have to be used. We did propose, and I did the math and did the research on a retaining wall behind the club, not unlike the ones on the side of the expressway that are there for the specific reason to keep expressway noise from entering adjacent homes as the highway project gets put in. I did the math, I did the research, and presented, and it was denied. I don't understand why it was denied. It would have solved this problem. I did the math, but the problem is that the frequency that is achievable from the source to the actual offender, there you have to know what you're working back from in the actual math of the situation. In other words, if you know the target, okay, and you know what you're emitting, then you can know what density and what level. The math is there. It's out there to be done. But there has to be a number on the other side of the spectrum to achieve. That's why when all these contractors in the sound study agrees that they cannot say for sure that it's going to eliminate or abate the problems in the neighborhood, because there is no target number on the other side to reach. Until that number is determined, it is impossible for anyone to tell you, I don't care if they're from NASA or anywhere else, to tell you what is necessary to be put in place unless you have a target on the other side to reach. And that's pretty much what we've all been waiting on. That's what 37 been waiting on to make an investment. That's what the landlord's been waiting to make an investment. We have to know, what is that number? What is the case that is going to make them satisfied within their homes and is going to make us be able to be profitable and be able to conduct our business in a manner that which we see fit? Both sides need a resolve for this, okay? The wall that I proposed, the wall that I did the math on and consulted for over a month, it was rejected, did this very thing. I'm not saying that the wall is the answer or not. I don't know what y'all want to do. But I will tell you this. 37 Main did make that proposal. It was denied. I suggested before, if they want to put in a set ordinance, we can put listening stations. It can be real time. It can be real time in the venue and off-site. Verifiable. I'm sorry.
I want to come to Sharon on one of your points there, but let me pick up on the mayor's analogy with a movie theater. You do walk by a movie theater and you don't hear anything. I typically don't, when I walk by a movie theater, hear anything coming out. How do you... so they have a solution, right?
They have an engineered solution upon construction of the structure. That we're working backwards here. We're at a point that where we're where we are. Okay? The building is a cavernous resonant frequency. It is dumping down, and the residents are offended by it. There are solutions now that we need to concentrate on for both the residents and for the stability of the business. The business wants to thrive. The residents wants to do it. We want to put forth the wall as another option. Maybe we can table that as an option.
Mr. Canner, how tall would the wall have to be?
I would have to go back in my notes, Mayor. It's been quite some time since I went through that.
How tall does the wall need to be?
The wall that was presented to me was 40 feet high, and I wasn't assured that the sound wouldn't still travel over it because the residents are sitting up higher.
Let's just stop. 40 feet high. What is the height of the building there, roughly?
I'm going to say maybe half that height.
What is our height limit in that area?
It's above 20 feet. It's way above.
What's our height limit in that area?
Probably, if it's a C1 zone, it would be 60 feet or 5 stories.
In that area of town?
It's a C1 zone.
What's the tallest buildings we have in that area? They're 2 stories. What does it take to buttress a 40-foot wall?
It would take structural elements to buttress it so that it wouldn't be affected by...
Did you not share with me that you didn't feel that 40-foot wall with its buttressing could actually fit on the property, within the property that this commercial property has?
I wasn't sure because it didn't show any buttressing. So as it was proposed to me, it was just a freestanding wall. Our ordinances, unfortunately, also require any wall to be faced with either brick or stone, and I didn't think, given the price point that they told me it was going to be built at, that could be done and faced as well.
So, can I ask just one more follow-up? So I think there's been a solution that you have a proposal for that costs something like $200,000.
Yes, sir.
In fairness, I was told it was more like 220.
Okay. Some number.
There's some ambiguity,
some number that's big.
But yes, somewhere around there.
What noise level does that then conform to?
Well, the situation being, and let me just follow me on this one point, okay? When you're in a sound environment, a closed environment like 37 Main is, and you have 800, 900 patrons that are inside, the floor level of the ambient talking is somewhere around 95 dB, okay? When you have an ambient amplitude of that high, in order to achieve clear audio, you must exceed that by at least 7 or 8 dB above your floor level for patrons to hear clearly what the audio is coming out, okay? So based off of that, what we need to do is find out what target number we need down at the residence, what they want it to be, or what we all agreed on.
My question is the 200,000 solution. I'm just trying to get a sense for reasonableness.
Yeah.
And just picking up on that 200,000 solution, what does that get you to?
As far as
it
I think
relates-
I think the engineers were talking about like a 4 to 6 dB reduction. I don't know what wavelength that was on, but that's the whole thing. They wouldn't guarantee it would.
That doesn't. 4 to 6 doesn't even sound like it's in the ballpark of
4 to 6 dB reduction of what's emanating from the structure.
Well, I'm hearing pretty widely varying numbers. 130, 140, and we're
Oh
trying to-
no! You're misunderstanding. Let me clarify.
Sure.
That's inside the building.
Yeah.
The noise coming out of the building is much lower.
Right. That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Right. So the $200,000 solution, what does that get you to in terms of observable, measurable noise outside the structure?
They were discussing around a 6 dB drop at the homes from our location from where we currently measured on the actual report.
Councilman
Mayor, if
Pro Tem
I may have a
Broadbent.
suggestion. As I mentioned before, I came here prepared to make a vote and move this thing along because it's important to the residents who live back in the Medlock Bridge HOA. What I had also thought coming into this hearing was that the stakeholders group had completely vetted option A, and it was basically the stakeholder group's recommendation to the council, and apparently that's not the case because it hasn't been fully vetted nor have they seen option B. I propose we have a 2-week delay on this issue, table this to the June 6th meeting, at which point I would expect a definitive report back from the stakeholders group with their recommendation.
Council?
So, I struggle with us taking another 2 weeks. The real issue is that our nuisance ordinance isn't clean enough for the police or code enforcement to enforce it. And individuals are allowed to continue the noise. The nuisance ordinance and the noise ordinance are being looked at not for one venue, but one venue is driving a wedge through our community. And what I struggle with is, as a country, we were started based on the premise that we were going to respect individual rights that could not be surpassed by the masses. That's why people came to this country, that's why this country was formed, and that's how the Constitution started. And what I struggle with is that the individual property owner, there's no winner loser. If everybody respects the rights of the individuals, then everybody wins. And the problem right now is that for the specific issue we're talking about, individuals have been denied their rights for another area. And the other area has the opportunity to fix the problem. Partially. I do understand the wavelengths. That's probably driving a good portion of it. I will say I'm one of those people who's gone out to the subdivisions, has gone to the outside of the bar, have listened, have gone in. I think it is a great product. I would never want the business to go out of business. But a business can't stay in business if it's going to destroy the rights of the individual. There is no either or. It's both. That's what our country was founded on. And that's where I struggle. If we take another 2 weeks to try to finalize something, is that going to be the right answer? Is that going to be right? We said, and I want transparency. I want to respect everyone involved in the process. But you're asking the residents who have been denied their rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for 2 years. And the options and opportunities to fix it aren't within us as a government body. Our job as representatives are to protect everyone's individual rights. It is within the property owners. Noise pollution, you can't see it. But if it were a restaurant and they were generating trash, and instead of paying for trash, they were throwing it over the fence, what's an acceptable number? 1 pound, 2 pounds, 10 pounds, 100 pounds, or 0? This is being a good neighbor. We've forgotten what being a good neighbor is all about. We've forgotten respecting the individual. And it's easy to fix. As a country, we've forgotten these things. And I'm sorry if I'm standing on my high horse, but I don't understand how contain your noise on your property. You can blow the doors off. The minute it goes over the property line, that's what the Federalist Papers number 10 was all about, was talking about this. And we've lost this. And we need to get back to that. So, what? There is no, everybody's a winner. There is no picking winners and losers.
So back to a more tactical level, the council agreed to the stakeholders group. I think maybe more than just me expected it to have been completed by this date. It wasn't. I suggest 2 more weeks. I'm with the HOA, the Medlock Bridge residents, and needing to get this thing resolved.
Council,
soon.
I think
But
whether
let's just move. Let's let them complete
Mayor Pro Tem
the process.
Broadbent, I think whether we delay or don't delay, the one thing that's needed, and I'm going to ask the council right now, what are the goals? I think you've heard a lot now that maybe you hadn't heard in the past. I have premised with my version, and look, I don't care if we go with my version or not. What I do care about is that we make a determination as to what are we trying to achieve in whatever we move forward, so the stakeholders clearly understand what it is we're trying to accomplish. I'll tell you what I'm trying to accomplish. As it relates to indoor venues, containment. It's a pretty simple concept. How we measure that containment, hey, we can talk about. But to me, an indoor venue should contain its noise. It shouldn't flow all the way to the neighbor where the neighbor has to be disturbed by it. I feel like, as a property owner, I should be able to enjoy my property. And when I get impeded, and I don't know how to measure that, I don't know how to give you the exact quantity by which I'm now interrupted, but I know it when it happens, and I know it when it doesn't happen. And yes, that is subjective, but the reality is, if it's contained, we won't have to worry about it.
So
now that's only for indoor venues. We still have to deal with outdoor venues. This thing is not just about one place. This thing is about all sorts of problems.
And we're going to have an issue with outdoor venues. We're going to have to set something, I guarantee you.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say the goal is to restore the quality of life back in Medlock Bridge HOA.
Councilmember Davenport.
Sharon, can I ask you a question? You said that you guys have gone out during the day to get the numbers. If we've been going through this for 2 years, why has no one ever gone out at nighttime from the city to get the numbers?
We can do that if you'd like us to. In the next couple of days, we can go out at night and gather numbers. It may not be, we can go out and test numbers at night and find out the ambient noise levels.
But just picking up on Corey's point, wouldn't that have been necessary to help us solve this problem?
Before we even come up with numbers.
May I ask you all a question?
Can I finish speaking?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay. Because I understand the stakeholders have not come up with numbers yet, but in order to probably start a precedent and find out where the number is at nighttime, we can go from there. As someone who owns property and, has lots of businesses, I would never want to not have a number and know where my level is, or I have one of my properties has a gym. Plays loud thumping music during the bicycling thing. We had to totally go in there and redo work. We have a dog grooming place. They bark all day long. They had a hair salon next door. We had to go in and fix that. But we were given numbers. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to have a number. That's what's for the business, for them to operate. So I just don't understand why we've never gone out at nighttime and gotten that. So I would suggest probably before you meet with the stakeholders, maybe the city get that number first, then we know where that's at, and figure out how we can get that contained inside the building.
So you all talk as if an ambient noise level is constant. It isn't. It can be one thing one night and something completely different the next night. But here's the thing that I found in what you said.
I do know that.
You said in the case of the dog place that you basically had to silence it so that it didn't affect the neighbor next door. And in the case of the gym, you had to silence it so that it didn't affect the person around it. I didn't hear who you were silencing it for. That's containment. That's what I'm talking about. The level doesn't matter anymore. It's contained.
I heard that differently. I heard her say she had to silence it to a number. And they had to
given
have a
number.
number to silence it to.
Well, my husband had that, you know.
Right.
You know, a dog bark is this number. So we need to make sure that the level is, you know.
The number could be 0,
a
for all we know, but
thumping
we need to
and
know a
a
number.
workout gym, a bicycle, and
But you also-
hard music.
You also
gotta know
need to understand what the cost of that containment is going to be, right? You can't.
But why would you go, yeah, you wouldn't
can't
invest
say-
the money
right. You can't
unless
say-
you knew what you had to do.
Right, but you can't say containment without knowing what the price of that containment is. I'd want to know.
But you can't even go out for bids.
That's not our
Until
choice.
you know
That's
what you
the-
got.
no,
I'd
person's
want to
choice to
know.
make that
I'd
decision.
want to know whether we're putting a business out of business based on what the cost of containment is.
Right, but
So
what
if
I'm
you
hearing is
don't,
So you're
what's the
saying-
option for the homeowners?
Yeah. Are you saying you let it go?
No, I want to understand what the facts are before I,
I think
make a
we- I
decision,
don't think we
given
have facts
where
here.
we are.
So
Right?
what
This
facts
isn't-
do you all
this-
need to make an informed decision?
I'd like to know what the cost. You're asserting that a position in option B, which is
No,
reasonable.
I'm asserting a theory, which is containment.
Which is a reasonable person and plainly audible. Those are the key words, right? I'd like to know what the cost of that is. There's a cost of doing business, and that's true for any kind of business. We can't put abstract theoretical assertions out there without understanding what the cost of.
So my question was a little different than that. My question is, what effect are you trying to achieve? Forget the cost. Forget the way we do it. What effect is good?
In theory, your assertions for option B is good. It's good, right? But there's always a cost to perfection and to goodness, and we need to balance perfection with reasonable
Councilmember,
cost.
that's not my question. So the question I'm trying to ask is, if you're standing on the property of the resident, what's acceptable? Not what level. I want you to tell me what it feels like when you're them. What's acceptable?
I'm not sure tonight. I'm in a position to say what that is.
But that's the guidance I think our
Well-
stakeholder group needs.
Yeah, but I'm not even ready to opine on that. And I'm sensitive to the point Joe, I think, made that you get noise coming off the pavement when a truck's driving by, right? So I'm not sure I'm in a position right now to even give you an answer to that. Believe me, I am very sensitive to
I'm
the
very
residents'
too. Yeah.
concerns,
Absolutely.
and I came in tonight, feeling very strongly to protect their interests. But I'm really struggling with how to establish a level that's reasonable.
I'm struggling because I don't think we have a level for nighttime. So I think we should probably start there.
But I go back to Steve's proposal. We kicked off a process and engaged a stakeholder group. We've not allowed them to finish, and we're up here real time trying to do their work because that's not done.
I'm not trying to do their work. I'm asking a
I
question
feel
that
like
I
we
don't
are.
have the answer for, which is, when they finish their work, whatever they give us as the methodology and the recommendation, what are we asking them to achieve? Because there's a huge difference between we're comfortable with a certain amount of noise going over and disturbing the neighbor versus we don't want them disturbed. I can't measure it. I'm not telling you how to measure it. I'm not telling you what the measurement will be. But if we're going to ask them to give us back some recommendations, what's the effect if they give us back that recommendation? What are we trying to achieve?
I'll answer that question. It's restore the quality of life for the Medlock Bridge homeowners that they had prior to 37 Main. So that would be nighttime ambient noise in the Medlock Bridge neighborhood. That's the goal.
So no increase over ambient noise, which is a fluctuating value. It changes from hour to hour, minute to minute.
Well, it certainly fluctuates at Station 61 as
And
a
by the
call
way,
and 3 fire engines.
Not
are
just
going
at
out, yeah.
37 Main. Again, what about the other places in Johns Creek and caused by other reasons like barking dogs and construction equipment and all the other things?
But
it varies by weather.
But it's
It does vary by weather.
restoring the private property rights that they had prior to 37 Main coming into business. That's the goal.
So that would be 0 noise heard or felt
No, there's always ambient noise.
from that vicinity, because that's what changed.
Yeah, so it gets
So
back
all
to
things are constant.
So it gets back to the mayor's proposal, containment, containing the noise.
So then it's a matter. So if that is the council's guidelines, then the question we would be asking of the stakeholder group and our staff is, what is the most effective way to achieve containment? and know it's been contained. Is that what the goal is?
But yeah, look, in this case in Medlock Bridge, the residents were there, and I heard 3 or 2 girls say they can't sleep at night. So I would want them to be able to sleep at night. And I'll say, guys, come on, you got to be good neighbors in this one. But then I go to Alcon, who was built before the subdivision that came in. They were producing that noise. So that's a little bit different situation, I think. So it's going to be a little unique, and I don't know how we come to the answer. I'm kind of with you. I was prepared to give some relief, and I just don't know what to do now. I mean, I heard.
And again, I get that, and I get how complex this is. I think we all do. The question is, what are we asking of everyone? And if we can help them do that or know that, then I think they can help us.
But what we've heard consistently is, and we can make that number 0, containment, whatever it is, they need a number. They need something that they can go to. We can't just come up with random stuff. It has to be a number, whether we make it 0, whatever that is. And I think we have a little bit more to learn about this before we even make this thing. When you're talking about wavelengths, I mean, there's different ways to contain things. And we're in a real dilemma here. I mean, I think.
Other discussion. Councilmember Andres.
So the city, I struggle because the entire situation has been a victim, both sides, of inaction from the city and the council. So now we're asking them to take another 2 weeks while we educate ourselves when we as a body knew this was going on.
That wasn't part of my statement earlier. My statement was
it's not about you. It's about. I don't mean it that way. I mean it's about globally. We are asking the residents to wait another 2 weeks when, in a democratic republic, the representatives were set up to protect the individual.
Not
we're
just the
telling
residents.
them,
37 Main's asking too.
the individual's rights. We're not doing our job because we're saying we don't have enough information.
They both want answers, though, and we're sitting up here. I mean, this has been going on for 2 years, and both of them need
You got
answers.
to put a stake in the ground. When will enough? What if in 2 weeks from now you don't have the right numbers?
We're on the same page. We can't just keep letting this go on, but here we
Set
are.
a number really low then, and we'll work up. It's just like the curfews. I'd rather the curfews be 8 and 10 to recognize that people have children in those areas, because that goes to the outdoor venues, letting the kids go to sleep, and then work your way up. So set the numbers at 40 and 0. You've started, you got numbers. Now you got 0 DBC, 40 DBA, we'll move forward. You got numbers. It's no different than 70, 80, or 70, 60. Every 10 you go up, it's another 100 times what you've heard. So what is the right number? When is the right number? How do you manage weather changes, wind changes? You either hear it on your back deck or you don't. You either feel it on your back deck or you don't.
Mr. Manager, you seem like you wanted to say something. I may be recognizing that wrong. Is there something that you wanted to share? Okay. And I read you wrong. Council, I think we're all struggling here. And I think we all want to be able to strike the balance between the needs of our businesses and the needs of our residents. What I'm not struggling with is the fact that I don't want 7-year-old or 7th. Sorry, let me refer back to my notes and make sure I get this right. 7th grade and 8th graders to not be able to sleep on a Thursday or a Friday or a Saturday, especially on the Thursday when they have to go to school on Friday. Okay? Now listen, sleep gets interrupted by a lot more than just noise, potentially from a entertainment venue. It can also get interrupted for other reasons. But I actually believe them. I believe they're having a problem. I believe that the patient who's suffering from cancer has a problem. I believe that the person who's not suffering and not a child would have a problem. I think we have to do something, but we're never going to get to the end result of this. We're never going to find that fair result if we can't articulate what we're trying to achieve. So instead of worrying about the method, can we at least talk about what the destination looks like when we get there?
I think I stated what the destination was, and if we had a vote, I know how I'm going to vote. However, my only statement was, let the stakeholder process finish in the next 2 weeks, and we take a vote on June 6th.
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
So I'll make a formal motion then. I move we table the vote until the June 6th meeting, and then take a vote at that time. And compel the stakeholder group to finish its work and come to an agreement and propose a recommendation to us at that meeting.
I second that, and in so doing, I apologize to the families that are struggling with this. But I don't have enough information, and I think we launched a process that is premature to make a decision tonight until that process and that stakeholder group has finished what we charged them to do.
So we have a motion and a second by by Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent and seconded by Councilmember Gray to table action item L2 until our meeting of June 6th. We have motion and second. Discussion on the motion. Discussion on the motion? Councilmember Zaprowski.
I apologize to the residents too. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I just don't have enough information to pass something tonight when it's got to be a fair thing. But you guys certainly deserve some relief, and I think for 2 years has been well long enough. So I agree. We have to do something in 2 weeks, Sharon. We have to have something back, and it's just I don't know what else we can do. You can't pass something that's not good law, Mike. I mean, it's not funny at all. I know. What do we do?
I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at Councilmember Zaprowski. I'm laughing at the fact that if I'm Sharon, if I'm Warren, if I'm the stakeholders group, I don't know how I begin to give us what you're looking for because I'm still not sure they have a target to shoot for. So, I mean, if y'all are for the containment, great, then I've heard it. But I haven't heard y'all say that. I have not heard more than 4 people, so that's majority, say containment. So therefore, I don't think in 2 weeks we're going to be in any different position.
I think we all agree on. I think we all agree on containment. I think that.
I believe we're up here running the meeting, and if you all can't contain yourselves, I'll ask you to step outside.
What I was saying is we all want containment.
I think the frustration I have, Mike, is the question you're asking is spot on the right question, but we're asking it now, and it shouldn't have been asked now, right? This is a question that should have been asked and answered 2 years ago, and certainly when the stakeholder committee got kicked off. But this is the first time we've been having that conversation around what the goalposts need to be. And I just am not in a position to answer that question real time and then even consider what the ordinance should be around it. So I need at least, I think, a conversation that we should have, not 2 weeks from now, but I will commit to putting the time in to getting educated more than I am right now to be able to answer that question. The question you're asking is right. It's just we should have asked that and had discussion around that a long time ago.
Okay, my answer is containment. For an indoor venue. For an outdoor venue, we can come up with a reasonable time, meaning curfew, and prior to that time, level that will not disturb the neighborhood. My struggle, what I would ask the stakeholder group to give us some insight, as well as staff, is given that there are different situations of noise in different parts of the city, how we will be fair, but here's the more important. How, when all said and done, no matter what you come up with, how will we ensure that those that are responsible for enforcement can be able to effectively enforce this in a way that is as undisputable as possible so that we don't end up litigating it from now until the cows come home? Those are my concerns. Whether you all agree with those or not will be up to you, but I would appreciate making sure that everyone has as much guidance as you are willing and able to give tonight so that we have the best possibility of sitting back here in 2 weeks and actually bringing some resolution to this. So, I'm containment for indoor venues. I am about setting a reasonable level, but recognizing that that level will have to be determined potentially differently from one area of the city to another. And I am for setting a curfew for outdoor venues. Now that's only about entertainment venues. We still have to deal with construction, dogs, and everything else in between. Other discussion? We have a motion to table item L2 until our council meeting of June 6th. Other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Andres.
We could always vote for an ordinance, which I had said before, that we should continue the stakeholder, and you can always make adjustments. But the police need and code enforcement need a stake in the ground to be able to address enforcement today. And everything can be adjusted at some other point.
Joe, can you help us out over the next 2 weeks and go easy? I know it's a very subjective statement, but you see what we're struggling with, right? But I sense great. There's not a lot of love between you and the residents, right now, and they're incredibly frustrated. We don't have a great solution, and I'm just asking for you guys to go the extra mile.
Other discussion on the motion? Seeing no other discussion, all in favor of tabling?
Can I ask one thing?
Councilmember Andres.
Can I have a firm commitment that in 2 weeks we aren't going to actually sit here regardless of what we're presented with and say we don't have enough information, that we will definitely put a stake in the ground based on the research that we do and come to an ordinance?
Sharon, can that happen with the stakeholders group?
I will try very hard to get a majority rule. I don't know if I'm going to get consensus on numbers or which part of, we didn't have an option B before us when we last met, and that's my concern, that in that period of time when you asked me to come back here today, I didn't know there was going to be another option on the table, and that's what I really would like to have vetted as well.
Sharon, can I ask you a question? When you do the numbers at nighttime, the gentleman in the back that said that you were welcome, or they were welcome to go in the home and get the numbers, can you go in there and get to his home and get those numbers?
Certainly.
Too, when you do the same thing in there? That'd be great.
And they have that report that was already generated, since we've taken this issue to be very specific. Can you work from that report? Because that report has really good data and already establishes levels and benchmarks. And from my perspective, containment is the direction.
If I could, Mr. Just a question from a tactical standpoint. I just want to understand the purpose of measuring inside the home, being that if and when y'all pass the ordinance, we're not going to be measuring from inside people's homes.
I just want to see what the ambient levels are and stuff. And it doesn't even have to be in their house. Go in their backyard. I just want to see what the difference is. And say it's 75 feet.
Yeah, I prefer to do it from the property.
We don't have to go inside
the
their home.
Okay. Thank you.
Council, I believe Councilmember Andres asked a question that hasn't been answered yet.
Yes.
I said I was ready to vote tonight. If we wanted to, I'll vote. I'll vote in 2 weeks. But I think, in fairness to stakeholders group, let them finish.
Council members Lynn, Zaprowski, Davenport.
I'm for waiting for 2 weeks.
Sharon, can you? I'd ask that you, through Warren, work with the council real time if there's anything that's preventing you from executing the process, so that you can't come to us on the 6th with information shared in advance that's crystal clear, or as much as it can be, and that we don't have open questions that we're struggling with like we are right now.
Yes.
So let's not wait to the 6th without any interaction if we need it.
Okay, I just want to clarify that you're talking about getting answers to the council crystal clear in advance. What is the question?
Well, we're going to have some conversation around what Mike has asserted containment, right?
Sure.
Some of the residents, as has Stephanie, I think others, including myself, aren't quite sure precisely what that might mean or what the consequences of it are. We have to continue a stakeholder process. We've done Sharon a great disservice, I would say, by surprising her, and this is no disrespect to Mike and Stephanie, who've been putting an unbelievable amount of time into this, but we haven't respected Sharon in putting forward an option that she's not had a chance to fully react to, let alone give it to the stakeholder committee to finish their process. So yes, we have some work to do to better answer Mike's question on what the goalpost should be with containment or something else. And once we have that and can provide that well, I'd like to know about any other obstacles or barriers to you completing this stakeholder process as you had envisioned it, before we get here on the 6th, right? So if there's an obstacle we need to remove on Tuesday, let's hear about it, on Tuesday, not on the 6th.
Did that answer your question, Mr. Manager? Yeah. So, council, let me be clear. I'll support the motion to table it under the premise that this is going to get resolved in 2 weeks, but I'll also make it very, very clear. I'm not wedded to quote the mayor's version. I'm wedded to the effect. So for me, I've stated clearly, and I think you all know it, so I don't need to repeat it a third or fourth time, what I'm looking for from an effect standpoint, and I'll leave it to you to decide what you're willing to work for from an effect perspective, and I hope you'll share that as soon as you can with our staff and the stakeholders. At the end of the day, what I hope will be in front of us is a best attempt to come up with a way to initiate or effect that effect. So if that's some derivation of version A, great. If it's some derivation of version B, that's great. But I also hope not only does it, in theory, create that effect, but that we also think about the other side of that, which is someone's got to enforce it. And they've got to be able to enforce it. And we don't want it to be subject to a huge debate. We want it to be clear so that both parties, the prospective offender and the prospective complainer, will be very clear it is what it is. It's a problem or it's not. Further discussion on the motion. Motion being to table action item L2 to our meeting of June 6th. Further discussion on that item. Council, ready for me to call the vote?
Yes.
All those in favor of tabling action item L2 to our meeting of June 6th, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
We have a motion to table this, passes 6-1. Next item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item we have is an action item. It's consideration to approve the T-SPLOS project list. And I believe we have Mr. Black for presentation, if I'm not mistaken.
Almost good morning, Mayor and Council.
Did you ever put a building? Did you ever do a lease like that with the number 8? My husband had a health freeze over before he did.
Mr. Black.
Yes, sir.
Ready for you.
Are you safe?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have a staff recommendation of the attached Fulton County, or the T-SPLOS list, Fulton County, that we put before you for consideration for approval. And I think you've gone over all the details in the past with projected collections and the tier 1, 2, and 3. And we've got the documentation here on the projects. There's 2 issues on 2 projects that I don't want to change anything except the verbiage. That I'd like to, after having a discussion with consultants and with Fulton County and the considerations. One of them is the parks and the enhancements within the park. We want to change that and just show that as a multimodal project.
Which one is that? Where are you from?
24.
Tier 3. Okay.
And then there's the other one is where the heck is it? Oh, it was on the bond reimbursement. The only thing it's eligible according to the law It has to be a general obligation bond, and this is not.
JCR 016.
Where is that?
Third from the
bottom.
Yeah.
For the resurfacing.
So both of them are in Tier 3, but I'd like to change that verbiage, just get your approval to do that.
State again how you're changing the words on 24, JCR 24.
It would just be multimodal transportation alternatives. Gives you a lot of flexibility to do what I've heard y'all just say you would like to do with it specifically. So it gives you all the options and doesn't tie you down.
Sorry, Tom, what were you wanting to change on 16? The debt relief for resurfacing.
The only bonds or payments that can be paid off with these funds must be a general obligation bond.
So you're saying it has to come off?
Yes, sir.
We don't
Take that one off.
I mean, we don't have any general obligation bonds. Right.
No, so it has to be
We do not.
scratched.
So we're going to delete it. Okay.
So it has to come
Can
out.
we, if we're going to take that $4 million out, can we increase?
Going above it?
Anything Tier 3.
Yeah. How would you spread that money, Tom? I was thinking 22 and XXX, whatever that. There's no number for that yet, but the other things we've got pretty good, basis for an estimate. 22 and XXX were more unspecified.
You could also, as a recommendation, add it to the sidewalks on 17 and 23.
Oh, right.
So there's certainly more than $5 million worth of sidewalk needs.
Before we decide, just for clarification, JCR 21, 2 bridge replacements was crossed out. Was that you took money out and deleted that, or?
There was bridges further up they put in.
Which one was the 21?
21 in Tier 3. Oh, then we've got.
So, council, can I point some things out? Yeah. So, when we met last, here was what the council wanted. They wanted no changes in Tier 1 that they had asked for.
Right.
In Tier 2, they asked for JCR 018, which was bridge replacements, to move down to Tier 3. And
Right.
you can see that JCR 018 is down in Tier 3 as the council requested. They asked that JCR 024, transportation improvements within city parks, which has been moved, but there's been an ask for a title change to multimodal transportation alternatives, but leaving everything else the same. You asked for JCR 015 resurfacing program, which was $4,500,000,
Right.
to be moved down and be combined with JCR 026, which has happened. It was $4,500,000 when it was 015 and $7 million. That'd be a total of 11.5, and down at the bottom it's 11.5. I thought they were going to be bumped up. I thought that's what we had said, that they needed to be moved up in total, even once they were combined, so that we had an opportunity and more flexibility. But I'm not seeing that reflected. So
You didn't tell me what to take down.
I didn't realize there was a limit on the Tier 3. That was aspirational.
Yeah, but you're talking about just the priorities within Tier 3.
Yes.
We can move those anytime. That's, locally. You can do anything you want on the Tier 3.
We also asked that
He was saying that 11.5 number was going to be bumped up to say 15. I think it was he was saying.
We
that's what you all said, but we just didn't pick a number.
Do we know? Can I interrupt you? Do we know how much we need to finish the resurfacing?
Not off the top of my head, but I can get it.
Because maybe we should put that number as the number.
Well, but resurfacing doesn't have to just be the neighborhood roads.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. That's true.
Then JCR 017, which was in Tier 2, we asked to be moved down and combined with JCR 023. And the total originally was $2,500,000 and $2,500,000 for 5. And down here, there's still 5. And again, I thought I heard the council say that they wanted the number to be north of 5 and north of 11.5 when combined. Then we asked that JCR 013, State Bridge widening from Kimball to Medlock Bridge, be moved up, which it was. And then we asked for the autonomous vehicle, which is covered under connected vehicle infrastructure at $2 million.
Right.
So, and we didn't give a dollar amount. So that one seems to be covered as long as the council's comfortable with the dollar amount. So, one thing I'm not seeing besides the fact that you've got $4 million that's been taken out of Tier 3 if we wish to remove JCR 016, which doesn't seem like much of a choice but to remove it, was whether you are comfortable with the $5 million and the 11.5 on the combined ones of 1723 and 15 and 26.
Why don't we split that 4 and add 2 to each?
Council can do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
So that would move...
Is there any upper bound on that? I think you said that there's no upper bound.
I didn't think there was an upper bound because the reality is it's aspirational. And remember that the reason that we wanted to make sure we had a significant number there was because in Tier 1 and Tier 2, as we move through the time process, Tom may come back to us as an example and say, hey, on JCR 001, we've been offered an opportunity to have state or federal matching to the tune of $8 million. So now all of a sudden, that's really only $2 million of T-SPLOS money if we say yes, and that means $8 million is now available, assuming everything else comes in the way it was supposed to. Now you've got $8 million to go use
so we
in
could
Tier
make
3.
Connected vehicle $10 million if we wanted to.
You could.
Or given the total size of the sidewalk project that we saw a couple months ago, I raised that one up.
Yeah.
Just, can we get a consensus on what these numbers are?
We're trying to.
Put that in there.
7 and 13 and a half.
Yes.
That would be simply distributing the $2 million of each.
You're at 144 million, so
We're good.
So we're well over, we're 175.
So council, is your wish to take of the $4 million, just put $2 million to the sidewalk and trail and $2 million to the resurfacing, or do you want to put more or less of that to one or the other?
I think with Warren's comment, we're at 144 million. That puts us roughly 175% of the total dollars.
And again, my question.
Yes to your question.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So plus $2 million on JCR 07 and 023, and plus $2 million on JCR 015 and 026, and remove JCR 016.
Correct.
Any other changes?
The other changes that we made that I want to make sure that you're aware of on the JCR 004 and the JCR 007.
Remove the contingency.
On the McGinnis Ferry Road widening, we had a conversation with GDOT, had a conversation with Forsyth County and with the Forsyth County Program Management. And they feel like that $8 million that we had in there is going to get funded by GDOT. So we pulled that $8 million out and used that in the areas of the administrative money, the inflation, program management, dollars amounts. Put that in there to cover it. Now, if those are just estimates, these are what the other cities are saying they're using.
Okay. Council, thoughts on that?
Unless others have suggestions on how to change this list, are we ready for a motion?
Not quite yet, because I do want to point something out. I had a discussion with, and I'm only bringing this part of the discussion up because it's relevant to the items that you may see. If you'll look right below the project subtotal for Tier 1 and the project subtotal for Tier 2 and the project subtotal for Tier 3. So the numbers I'm talking about are 327,500, 47,500, and 272,500. Those represent that 0.5% that's outlined in the draft of the IGA. So I asked, and we received a budget that justifies why Fulton was asking for a 0.5% in the IGA, and here's their breakdown. They said that there's consultant and staff expenses, and when I talked to Todd Long, the COO of Fulton County, he said that's because Fulton feels that they are responsible for overall program management to make sure all this actually happens. And they say that their budget per year to do that part of it is $375,000. They also believe that there are some expenses associated with the Oversight Council, which is the Citizens Oversight Council that's also mentioned in the IGA, that will amount to $10,000 per year per their budget. They say that in addition to the audit that we are required to do on the separation of funds that every city and the unincorporated area of Fulton would be required to do, they want to do an overarching audit on top of that and there's some question whether that's required by law, but that would be $40,000 per year per their estimate. Then they say that to create some other printing, publishing, and website maintenance. The website is the key element there. They're going to maintain an overarching website where everyone will be able to send up their project status so that they can cumulatively talk about that. That's $50,000 per year, and then they added a contingency of $25,000 a year for a total of $500,000, which is why they're asking for 0.5%. So, if you don't agree with those concepts,
I don't agree with them.
Then
Mr.
we've got
Mayor,
an issue related to this.
If I
Mr.
may,
Manager.
recommendation, I think this is an IGA issue, not a T-SPLOST project list issue, and that
Except that it's in our T-SPLOST list.
it's listed as a number that's in your aspirational. In other words,
No, sir. It's in each tier.
But Mike, if
no,
if
it's
in the
gonna be
IGA negotiations,
Tier 1, but I don't know that it matters at this juncture whether we agree or disagree. I think it should definitely be brought up as a IGA issue, and I've got it marked on my notes as well. But I don't know that if we put a different number in for that as part of this process, that it ultimately is going to decide anything.
So
I'm just trying to figure out
No,
the
we may need to
timing.
amend our list later at a minimum.
Yeah, and again, if all the cities, majority can agree to those changes, which I think are very reasonable, and I look at it as well, I think the number is way too high.
or if the cost of that project management, those 3 line items came down, it just raises up the tier 3 projects, right?
No, it raises up the tier 1 and the tier 2 because in theory you would have less money applied to those line items, which would free up money in each of those tiers to be applied toward projects.
I think that each of the cities is putting the 0.5 for now. When we negotiate the IGA, if the number changes, then everybody's project list will change. At that point, it'll free up.
I
some
point
money.
this out not necessarily to say that we need to do anything about it tonight, but to make you aware, because the next question I'm going to ask, if and when we get past a project list, is for some guidance, because Wednesday, there's a meeting of the mayors and the Fulton County Commission to discuss to discuss the terms of the IGA, and you can see how the's linkage between these two. So
I guess
let's go
my
back
point
to the
is,
list.
Mike, my point is, let's say that, just for an example, the 327,500 in tier 1, if that was reduced to 200, that gives you another 127,500. That would then just fall down to.
No, because we're supposed to, in tier 1, account for 85% of the total expected revenue. In tier 2, we're supposed to account for 15% of the total expected revenue, and then everything else is in tier 3.
So if we renegotiate those overhead charges, the project lists have to bump up from
Correct.
tier 3 to 2 to 1.
Or just add dollars into other projects. I mean, you just have to make up for it.
I think with the size of it, it's just immaterial. But
So, Council, the changes that we've got, just to recap. We reduced project JCO4/007 by $8 million contingency. It's been removed, and that $8 million's been distributed across the 3 line items you see below the subtotal of each of the 3 tiers. And then, of course, I had already enumerated all the other changes, including a description change on item JCR 024 to multimodal transportation alternatives, and the removal completely of JCR 016, redistributing its money to each of JCR 015 and 26 and JCR 017 and 23. Is everyone clear?
Yes.
Council wish to make any motions or any further discussion prior to a motion?
Clarifying question. Tom, you said that for tier 3, the order doesn't matter. Did I hear that right?
It does not, because you're going to have the final say on that.
Is that true for tier 1 and tier 2 as well?
Well, you got to feel like all the money's going to come in. We're going to do everything in tier 1. Now,
I think is the question: does it matter which order the
Yes.
projects are in tier 1? No,
Yes.
it does not matter.
Okay. And it
Tier
doesn't
1 is
matter
tier 1.
because
We will have to approve each project as they move forward.
So how they're ordered in tier 1 makes no difference.
with
So
one
we-
exception,
But
we
it
have.
does matter which tier they're in.
Yeah.
What about tier 2?
It doesn't in each tier. Doesn't matter where they sit within
So-
the tier. Just the only thing that matters is which tier they're in.
So we can decide, and really that prioritization is really about sequence. So we could decide to do, just as an example, 8 before we did 14.
Yeah.
I'm not even looking to the projects.
As long as they're
but
all
just,
within tier 1, you can order them in any order you like.
Okay.
If you
But you
on
have to do the
next
tier
item,
1s before you go to tier 2.
On the next item, if you would look at it, we have taken a shot what we thought the priorities are and when we're going to start them. And then the item immediately after that is when we said if you decide to go borrow some money as the funds start coming in to.
And we'll have all the time we need over the coming months to drill into that.
Years.
But as the elected officials, you'll have the final say on what you do and when.
Thank you.
Do we have an answer, Mike, yet on whether if we choose not to do this, if we're still in?
Well, the way the IGA is drafted, anyone who does not agree to the IGA forfeits their money.
Forfeits their money, but they still pay for it.
Well, they don't have a choice because it's collected. It's collected countywide minus the city of Atlanta, no matter what. If it moves forward, and it can only move forward if 60% or more of the representative population, meaning the cities or unincorporated area representing 60% or more of the population, signs on to an IGA.
I know it's still.
I have a rhetorical question. You don't even need to respond to it, but what was the purpose of item 3F in the IGA, which is the gun in their head? You don't even need to answer the question, Mike, but I want to go on record to say I am really pissed that the legislature passed that law and item 3F was put in there, which is the gun to our head, which takes...
3F is not part of the law.
Well, then...
3F is part of the IGA. Different.
But isn't...
The law just allows for an IGA to dictate those terms.
Well, then take this out. Can
we want
take
that
item F
out of the IGA.
Take item F out of the IGA then.
We can if we're signing on to the IGA and we can convince others to do it. But before we get to the IGA, can we focus on the list and then we'll get to the IGA because they're separate to some degree.
Okay, we have a motion in a second.
So, I got a question. Have
Okay.
we been able to get ROIs on all of these to figure out if we invest these dollars, what are we actually getting out of it versus we're just spending money to spend the money because it's coming in?
In the time frame that we have, we had no measure to be able to get an accurate ROI or model projects. There is a process through the North Fulton Comprehensive Transportation Plan to be able to model ROI and through our comp plan, and then anything else additional we can be able to contract for and be able to help prioritize the projects on the list. But in this short time frame, we didn't have the time to be able to do that.
Can I ask a complimentary question? Councilmember, will you yield for a minute?
Sure.
Tom, with the exception of the multimodal transportation alternatives and the connected vehicle infrastructure, are all of these things that are otherwise in our transportation program?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So if we didn't do T-SPLOST, granted the council will always have to approve them, but if we didn't do T-SPLOST, would you not be bringing each of these individual projects forward to us over some extended period of time?
In one way or another, yes. It'd be go through the short-term work plan. It depends on how you all funded it, what you gave us to work with on an annual basis, and what we were able to get out of state and federal government as far as those.
So the essence of my question is the only difference with those exceptional projects, is the only difference between what we're looking at on this list and what we would look at, let's say, over a 10, 15, 20-year horizon, depending on how long it would take to find the appropriate funding, whether it be federal, state, and local, is the time frame in which they'll get done.
Yes, sir. And this, yes, of course, the funding sources too, but this is the priority list that the staff have brought forward to you at this point in time. There could be something pop up in a year or two that'd be a higher priority that y'all decide to make a higher priority, but right now this is the staff's best offer for the most high priority projects right now, and they fit the terms of the law and what the IGA is going to be. Is from a regional standpoint, trying to have as many in that category as you possibly can, because like you, the rest of the elected officials are looking for congestion relief where they can get it, and that's what we've looked at.
Councilman Rogers, my point in asking those questions is simply this. I premise that one of the things that I think we needed to be cognizant of is good projects should move forward, bad projects should not. And these are all in our transportation plan, except for some of those in Tier 3. And in that, we came up with those sort of on the fly. So they're going to get done at some point unless we just abandon the projects. So we're not inventing projects to spend the money, we're just advancing projects to a faster period of time. So if we want to abandon the projects, then by all means they should be removed from the list, not just from this, but they should be completely removed, and we should stop worrying about them.
Yeah, but depending on the ROI and recognizing that there could be items in tier 3 that could be tier 1. So right now,
So for you, it's a shuffling of the priorities potentially.
no, it's putting the cart before the horse. But I guess that's a conversation for a different day. But I struggle with the let's have everybody pay for it, send in the money, and trust us, we know how to spend it right. And this process has been just hurry up, pass it, move on, get your IGA. You know, we've got a version of an IGA. I don't know if that's the final, but we're not adequately having enough time to be able to look at the facts and to make a non-emotional decision. Everything is based on emotion. I think this one needs to go to 1, this one needs to go to 2. So, and it's not from a lack of asking, and I get it, but this was put in last minute. The bill was not written well, and I understand what they're attempting to accomplish, but we're not able to safeguard, I guess.
Council, do you wish to move forward on a project list this evening?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Let's go.
So, good with it will have to come in the form of a motion or not.
Yeah.
And then there can be debate on the motion.
I have a quick question. When do we discuss the IGA?
We're about to. We're going to move on to that in a minute.
Why don't we do that first?
Yeah, why don't we do that first?
That's what the council wishes. Does council wish to talk about the IGA?
Is that going to cause you to rethink the list?
Look, if I didn't have to do this IGA, I probably wouldn't do this list. This is a tax, and I probably wouldn't do this. But we got a gun to our head. Atlanta got to be taken out, and now in this IGA that someone came up with, I don't know who came up with it, we've got a gun saying our taxpayers have to pay this money, we have to do this stuff, or else we don't. You're just paying the taxes for everybody else. It's a terrible, terrible thing.
I'd just like to, put something when we're discussing it, if we can wrap it up and call that done.
I'm ready to move forward with the list if you want to go and do that.
I mean, if talking about the IGA would cause you to rethink the order of the list or what's on the list, then I'm with you. But I don't think. it will.
Nobody's arguing against the process, Lenny.
Right.
Yeah, we're
Not
all
a single person.
So does someone wish to make a motion
Yeah,
relative to the list?
I'll make the motion. So I move that we approve the project list presented in the meeting packet with the following amendments: JCR 24 being renamed to the Multimodal Transportation Alternatives, JCR 16 being deleted, increasing JCR 17 and 23 by $2 million, and JCR 15 and 26 by $2 million.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent, for your motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. We have a motion and a second to adopt the project list as presented to us this evening with the following changes: increasing JCR 17/23 by $2 million to $7 million, changing the title of JCR 024 to Multimodal Transportation Alternatives, but leaving the dollar amount the same, changing the dollar amount of JCR 15/26 from 11.5 to 13.5, $13,500,000, and removing JCR 016, all which occur in Tier 3. Does council understand the motion? Would council like to discuss the motion? Councilmember Andres.
Do we know what the project lists are, or are all the other cities going through the same process we are, so we can't even line them up to see if everybody's complimentary?
They're going through the same process, but this isn't the final discussion, because at the end of the day, the list will all be compiled, and then there will be something in front of us along with an IGA to go with it. So there is a final discussion, and this isn't a final vote. But we have to send something up to start that process. Further discussion on the motion?
Let's do it.
All those in favor of approving the T-Splosh project list as presented this evening with the following changes: JCR 017 and 023 will be increased from $5 million to $7 million. JCO 024 will be retitled Multimodal Transportation Alternatives with a $5 million line item amount. JCR 15 and 26 will be increased from $11,500,000 to $13,500,000. And JCR 016, the debt relief for resurfacing program will be removed for a total of $4 million being removed. All those in favor of moving that list forward, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2. Shall we talk about the draft IGA?
Yes, please.
So, have you all gone through the draft IGA?
Yes.
That
was the one we got.
Yeah, nothing's changed on it. There's only been one version. So, sorry?
Did we get that?
Well, you were probably out of the country. So, couple of things that I noted a couple questions I've got for you. One, before we get to the master terms and anything that you might have some feedback on, has anyone considered and have you come up with any other terms or other stuff that's not in the IGA that you feel might need to be in the IGA? That's an open question. Councilmember Gray?
Yeah, and it may not be, well, if there's money, and we're talking about $650 million, that's not moving between the person who's paying the tax and a supplier who's actually putting pavement down, then there's a cash management and investment policy question that we ought to be doing something with the money.
So you mean while it's sitting in a coffer but not being spent?
Yeah, we're talking about big dollars. So we need an investment policy to the extent it's not in movement.
That would be up to each individual city
it's
because
not
as
an
the IGA is
issue.
written,
It's what you do with your own money, because the IGA is the vehicle that distributes the money back to the cities. So it would be an individual issue. Mr. Mayor, if I could, I think there's a broader issue that probably needs to be discussed by council related to the IGA. And I want to make sure the council understands that basically the way that this whole system works is that the state law says that the county can call for the referendum
not anymore.
Well, if the 60% of the cities and the county population agree that it should go on the ballot, or the only other way it could come off is a supermajority of the Fulton Commission decides no on the issue. So my point of kind of understanding the overall statute is that there's some provisions in here that relate to the 3F or 4F, whatever 3F that deals with not party to the agreement. And my point on this overall is that I think the first decision the council has to make is whether or not you want to be party to the agreement. Because if you decide you don't want to be party to the agreement, then what the net effect of it is that if 60% go in, that you are taxed under the state law. There's nothing in the IGA or anything that the city can do about that. Then it just becomes a chaos question from the other cities as how do you redistribute Johns Creek's money amongst themselves.
So, let me just ask.
So I guess what I'm saying is taking out that provision doesn't really do you any
So
good.
what's the purpose of that provision then?
Because it makes it clear that all the cities that don't sign the IGA, it explains exactly how they're going to redistribute the funds.
So let me ask it in a different way. Let's say hypothetically 3F was removed and it didn't exist.
So
you eliminate that paragraph, no longer exists.
Right.
The IGA is here. We collectively say we're not going to support it.
Right.
We would still get the money. We're not part of the IGA.
No. You don't get if you don't sign the IGA, then no money's distributed.
That's actually not that may or may not be true. It's undetermined what the effect would be of a party who doesn't sign the IGA if the IGA otherwise has no penalty. There are some that suggest that if a party simply submitted their list but didn't agree to the IGA, and if the IGA did not end up containing a penalty, that in fact their list would still move forward because it would get adopted as part of the overall plan. What probably is likely to happen, though, is I think you described it well when you suggested it was a gun to your head provision. I think that 3F is designed by its very nature to corral the group into all signing on to the IGA if this thing's going to move forward, or all not sign on to the IGA if the thing's not going to move forward, or less than, let's say, 60%. And I'll remind the council, if you look at percentages, it doesn't take very many of the big players to add up to 60%. So even if we're out, it really only takes you understanding what's going to happen with the unincorporated area of Fulton, Roswell, Sandy Springs, and Alpharetta, and it doesn't take a whole lot beyond that.
That's exactly why it was written this way.
Well,
And this is exactly why it's written this way, and it's terrible for
That
our
may
city.
be the case, but the law is what the law is, and that's what's in front of us, Councilmember.
Then why
Zabrowski.
weren't we? We should have been going from the get-go to our lawmakers. This was passed last minute. This is absolutely ridiculous. We have a gun to our head, as Bob says, and our taxpayers are going to have a tax on them
Zabrowski.
for this. It's a terrible thing, Mike.
I hear you, but debating that at this point is somewhat irrelevant because it is what it is, and the governor signed the bill. It is in front of us. We must deal with it or not deal with it.
Mayor, excuse me for interrupting. May I ask a question for clarification? I do not have this IGA discussion on my agenda, and I didn't know if it was. Are y'all considering it part of
It's
your
part
T-SPLOST
and parcel
of the-
to the T-SPLOST list discussion because I have a meeting on Wednesday that I cannot represent the will of the council, not knowing the will of the council, and it's directly tied to this list.
There's
Because
no
there's
action.
no point in submitting
No
the
action
list
will be taken.
if we have no IGA.
There's no
Or
action to be taken tonight.
Thank you.
Well, I'll make this easy. If there's a way that we can get out of this IGA and not have to do it, I'd prefer not to be in it. If we have a gun to our head, I have no choice than to be on it. Simple as that.
So, Councilmember, I'll go ahead and put myself on record. I am for giving the citizens an opportunity to make a decision if the conditions and terms are reasonable. And we're somewhat in control of that if we're negotiating. So for me, again, I view the T-SPLOST like I do a bond referendum. They have similarities in that it is the ultimate form of democracy, with one small exception in this instance, in that the citizens ultimately make the vote, not us. We just put it forward. The exception is this. A bond referendum is solely within our jurisdiction. This particular T-SPLOST, unfortunately, extends beyond our jurisdiction, meaning that all of our people could vote against it, and if mathematically everyone else voted for it, then in theory, it would still pass, because if 50% or more of those who vote.
Exactly why it was written.
But I
this
will
way.
still support.
And I'll say this: and supporting something when you don't have the dang answers ahead of you is absolutely insane. I can't believe you would support something when you don't even know the
Intuitively,
answers.
I understand that the projects we're talking about will reduce congestion, and they're already on our project list. So I'm ready to move forward with these projects, whether it be 1 year from now or 20 years from now.
So in 20
The
years,
difference
that
is I
project
wanna
list
get
is
them
not
done
going to
sooner.
change at all. Over 20 years, we may have a whole different project list.
Councilmember Zabrowski, just so you understand, these projects are budgets. The reality is not one of them will move forward until this council
one
approves
question, Mr.
the
Mayor.
concept and plan.
Would you vote for one of those projects if it did nothing for traffic congestion?
I know that they do something for
You don't know that. We don't know that. Wouldn't you like to have that answer first? You don't have that answer, so I question that.
Okay. Well, we just make decisions differently. Councilmember Gray.
Yes, we do.
I suspect you, Mr. Mayor, and Warren have an answer. I've asked this question before, so I'm going to look at Dick, because I know you studied it. By when do we have to spend the money? Do the projects have to be substantially complete, fully complete, or can the money be spent 10 years later? I'm not asking for what's an expectation with the residents. I'm asking what does the law say?
Does not limit.
No time limit.
It's a voter issue. In other words, what's held back the other counties and cities from just holding money indefinitely is that they typically, in Gwinnett and Cobb, will go for successive SPLOSTs. And the theory is that if they go for a successive SPLOST, they're not going to go to the voters, ask for another 5 years of sales tax when they're already holding 20 or 30% of what they had from last time.
Right, but I'm not envisioning.
The answer to your question is legally
there is no
So I'm not
restriction on it.
envisioning a
Right.
re-upping
Neither
this,
am I.
this T-SPLOST. This is a one and done for me, if we do it. I have a concern about feasibility. You know, I've looked at the schedule. I'm not convinced that we can or would want to have all of these projects in flight. So it gives me comfort to know
There's
that
no
we
restriction.
can.
You could spread it
defer
out
the
to 8 or
spending.
9
And by
years.
default, as we make the decision on each project, we will be deciding sort of when they happen. Because if we don't move one forward, then by default it will take till we finally get to it.
Yep.
Councilmember Andres.
The last time we talked about this, I'm pretty sure you said that time limit was going to be defined in the IGA.
No, it's not defined in the IGA.
Right.
Because what happens is, effectively what the IGA does as it's drafted today, and as I think it will stay drafted from that standpoint, is it suggests today that based on the distribution percentages on page 3 of the draft, that as the dollars are collected by the state, less the 1% fee that the state always takes on all collections, so that 99% of the dollars, on a dollar-for-dollar basis at the end of each month, that month's collections will be distributed in the next month, or maybe the month after that, but it'll be distributed based on these percentages. So if $100 comes in, then we would receive $14.56. Either the next month or the following month, depending on what the lag is. I don't remember that off the top of my head. So once it's in our pockets, how we spend it is up to us, with one exception, and that is it must be spent first in Tier 1, then in Tier 2, and then if there's money left over, Tier 3.
But I really thought we talked about making sure that that would be defined, because the taxpayers would want to make sure that their money was being spent within that time period, within a reasonable time.
I mean, yeah,
I remember having this
it seems reasonable to me that the
It was clearly said. They said the difference was it 5 or 7 years? There was clearly talk about that.
We did talk about it, but I don't recall whether we agreed to put a schedule into the IGA.
We asked the question. No one can answer the question.
It was
Well, we didn't have an
stated it was
IGA
gonna be in
then.
the
We just got this draft afterwards.
Because it was in their best interest to put it in there so the taxpayers didn't have an ambiguous.
Yeah, I think the other way to think about this is if the city council feels it's important to the voters of Johns Creek that we spend the money within a certain time period, y'all can adopt a resolution to that
Separately.
effect. It wouldn't be in an IGA because we don't have an interest in what Alpharetta decides, how long they decide to spend their money on.
I thought it was part of the. I was unclear on whether that was part of the law.
Yeah, it's not
It
a
is not.
statute, it's
Yeah.
just a practice.
So can you help me then with 3F and what its purpose is? You talked about penalties or something. The law, I get the 60% threshold, but I'm still not clear on what's the purpose of 3F.
Well, we didn't draft it, but I can tell you what I think
Whoever
the
the
purpose
author
is.
is.
My interpretation of the purpose is to get everyone to sign the IGA. I can't imagine any other reason it's there. Because when I was in the mayor's meeting, we actually discussed as a mayor's group that there would be no penalty. So when we left the discussion, there was not going to be a penalty.
So if we didn't have 3F, just help me think this through. If we didn't have 3F in here, you were saying it was unclear on what would actually happen.
Right, the law is unclear.
What?
There's been two different interpretations. Some have said that if you're not a party to the IGA, simply not being a part of the IGA means that your money would by default, without 3F, just simply go to everybody else. Others have said that if you were not a part of the IGA but you turned in a project list, and if there is no other language to the contrary, that in fact your money will still be distributed to you and you'll still move forward. But you would have to listen to all the other terms because you didn't sign on, therefore you had no negotiation.
Right.
There's not much benefit to not signing the IGA in that circumstance. Because if you think about it, if the theory is that you don't sign the IGA, you get your money, and it's distributed.
But am I incurring the
comes a
overhead
chaos.
tax?
Yeah, you're going to incur the tax of 60% of the voters or the cities sign on to the referendum. You're incurring the tax no matter what.
Which overhead tax are you referring to? The Fulton 0.5%?
Yeah.
Well, that's a term. Those are terms in the IGA that I would argue that we would very much want to negotiate.
No, the 1% is in the law.
Yeah,
the 0.5% is not.
Correct.
Right. The 0.5% is completely
Absolutely
negotiable.
not in the law.
Can I make a suggestion, Mr. Mayor, that may help with this issue? Or may not, I don't know. But my recommendation is that when the mayor's meeting on Wednesday, that we bring up the issue of 3F and ask that a state legislator ask the Attorney General for an official opinion on that, being that it's a state law issue, not an IGA issue. And then let's get a definitive answer, because we've got multiple interpretations. The AG's office, through a state legislator, is an official opinion, and that can be relied upon. And that will seal it, because then we will know if we don't sign the IGA, we know we're going to be taxed. If 60% go in, what happens to our money? Because again, I would think the council would think differently if you're going to be taxed and all your money was redistributed to the other cities. That's a big difference between that and you get your money anyway.
Right. But Mike, your point is right. The intent of my comment was effectively achieved by the same point you made. If we want to renegotiate or negotiate the program management tax.
I have lots of recommendations. If the council desires to negotiate this IGA, I have lots of recommendations around the 0.5%, because I'd like to see that basically go away, or darn close to going away, because I just don't feel that a lot of what's in it is appropriate. It may need to get done. I don't know that we need Fulton to do it.
Some of it's duplicative, and most of it is way inflated. I think they picked the 0.5% and then figured out how to get the costs up to it.
So, if we want to discuss just that part of it, we can. Or
I'm
if we
in
want to get
agreement with you 100%.
Huh?
I'm in agreement with you 100%. I would like
It
to take
happens.
that out.
It happens. So, specifically, if we want to talk about that, I'm not sure that Fulton has properly convinced me that, although I'd love to hear, because you all probably have more insight in this than I do, but I talked to Todd today. I'm not sure I get why the $375 per year, which is he calls it consultant staff expenses, why that is necessary. I understand that Fulton has a need to manage the unincorporated areas projects, just like we have a need to manage the Johns Creek City projects and Alpharetta the same. I'm not sure why they have any overarching project management beyond that. Here's what he said. He said that staff needs to be available to answer general questions that people may have, make presentations on what's happening, etc., like was done in the general regional T-SPLOS. I just don't see that in this micro region. So that's most of, by the way, the 500 and some odd thousand, the 500,000 per year. That's 375 of 500,000.
We don't need the website either.
So I might disagree on the website, but how it gets done may be differently. So part of the value of getting these projects done isn't just within our city's borders. It has even greater impact when we link up a Johns Creek project with an Alpharetta project, or a Johns Creek project with a Gwinnett project, or a Johns Creek project with a Forsyth project. It's the coordination along a corridor that's valuable. We can't simply answer what someone else is doing. So what Fulton was proposing was that everyone would feed up their individual statuses, and where there were projects that were linked, they would create a way to convey that information across the corridor, not simply, oh, Johns Creek is here on this project and Alpharetta is here on this project, and people can't see.
The number of those interconnections are few, and we've got guys that can pick up the phone and do that. We don't need 50,000 on a website.
So that's purely a choice. The other thing that I do think is absolutely not necessary until someone tells me the law requires it is this $40,000 a year for an audit. So that is presuming that each of us are required by law, that's clear, that we must separate the funds as they come in. They must stay in a separate fund from a fund accounting perspective, and we must perform an annual audit and report that annual audit on that single fund.
Anything else is duplicative.
And it seems like Fulton, in addition to having to do their own single fund audit, wants to then do an audit of the audits, and it's just not necessary. So that's 40,000 K. So far, if you do the 375 and the 40, you're at 415,000 of 500,000. So I mean, I'm not saying that we don't need to debate the rest of it, but my point is, it's almost nothing now. So I just think there needs to be some serious discussion about what is their justification for why any of this is necessary.
Is the Citizens Oversight Council in the law, or is that something Fulton came up with?
It is not, but it was in the original T-SPLOS law. So I challenged that today, and I asked a very simple question that I know you all have asked of me, and that is, will the Citizens Oversight Council do anything more than regurgitate information that is given to it? Does it have any independent function? And what I was told is, for the current T-SPLOS, the three regions that passed the T-SPLOS, that basically the Department of Transportation has basically created information, handed it to those citizens, and they've simply put it out there. And that it's more, and I hate to say it this way, a bit of window dressing. So it's window dressing that cost us $10,000 a year, and collectively 10 times 14 cities, $140,000 a year.
So if the money comes to us on a monthly basis or whatever, we spend it on projects approved on our project list. We have full transparency of how we're spending it. We audit ourselves. There's absolutely no need for that.
Right.
I think that ought to be eliminated.
Agreed. We're on a roll, Mike.
I think 1/8 of a percent maybe more relevant.
So I got 3 eliminates so far. That's the $375 per year, unless they can justify how much of that is necessary. The $10K per year, which is associated with the Oversight Council and the Oversight Council itself. The annual audit, the overarching annual audit, as opposed to our audit, which doesn't need to be defined in terms of dollars here. And there's some question about the purpose of the website. And then the contingency, obviously, is the contingency, so it's almost irrelevant at this point. And certainly won't be $25K when all that's done. So that's the 0.5%. Other feedback on the IGA?
The IGA has a duration of
IGA has a duration for the length of time that the tax is being collected.
So it goes away even though the money may not have been spent.
Except our obligations related to audits and things like that are still an ongoing requirement by law.
Mr. Mayor, the other thing I'd say in the IGA too is I don't understand what the benefit to us of having a provision that allows the city of Atlanta to come into the Oversight Council
Correct.
and all that. I think that should just be stripped out.
And that's in section...
It's just a complicating factor.
3.
They have their own...
It's now therefore 3.
Where are you?
Oh.
No, I made a note. I can find it. Give me a
There it
second.
is. It's on page 3, top of page 3, right? Or am I misreading it? Nope.
Mr. Carruthers, can I ask you a
It's
question?
13B, page 6.
Can I ask you a question? Sure. While everybody's kind So, because this bill was
Correct.
passed in the middle of the night, it's difficult to get your arms around. Can the cities stop it? Can they put an injunction in to stop it so that they have time to address this law? Or is it just signed in? We can't. I don't know what that is, but the T-SPLOST in general.
That would require that more than 60% of those representing the population wish to enjoin it. And I think what you're going to find is that most want to move forward. That's the problem. I hear you, and I'm not trying to dispute what you're saying. I'm trying to give you a practical reality that I believe what you're going to find is that the tenor of most of the cities is they're ready to move forward. So whether we agree with it or not, it's on a track to move forward without us.
I think it was written that way. So knowing we might come this way, and that's why it was written like this. There's no question about that. Do we have an answer on whether Fulton has can handle all the work?
Yes. So we got specifically a email from Todd, and did you have a chance to look over, Tom, the part in this last column where he said which items would be on them and which items would be not on them, and is that appropriate?
Requires some more discussion, at least during the ballgame.
So what they said was no matter what, they could handle the relocation, but they were proffering that certain ones are appropriate for Fulton to cover the cost on, and the others there would need to be an agreement. And I forgot what their logic was as to why there would need to be.
That there's certain projects that they feel like we would be able to design the project just to avoid their water lines, as opposed to having to relocate them. And on those projects, they would prefer that we design around them.
Even if it costs more?
That would be accurate if they could tell us exactly where it is.
So, for example,
off, and on the other side
just
of
to
the
give you
road.
an example, JCR 002, JCR 003, JCR 008 are the ones where they pointed out and they said that you should design around them. Otherwise, the rest of them they're relocating.
Again,
So three of all of the projects.
Without any concepts being on paper, I don't know how they could make those statements. I mean, it'd be something we'd have to look at. I mean, those are going to be determined project by project as we go. There's all sorts of concerns that come in there that we've run in the past. They may have a 75, 80-year-old main in there it's outside the pavement. When we widen, it's going to be underneath the pavement. We can design to leave it there, but then if that thing busts after we get a brand new road in there and washes away, that's not smart. Which where I'd be trying to push them to, you need to relay it and put it out with new main.
So that goes right to my question. So shouldn't we have something from them saying they'll do that before we decide to spend all
They've
this
agreed that they'll relocate, and they have the ability to relocate all these water things. The only debate is for a minor number of the projects, how much cost they're going to bear because they believe it's avoidable. And it's 3 so far. Well, the rest of them they're covering.
That's my side of it.
Right. But those 3 could cost a considerable amount of money to move. You know, I would think that.
But there's plenty of time to work that out. Your main question was, are they going to get in the way? They're not getting in the way.
Plenty of time to work that out. Again, I would say we should have that worked out ahead of time.
I would expect at some point in time on these that may create the delay in the projects you're looking at. If it's going to be something that's going to cost us too much money,
Can you drop
put
the
the pressure on them to relay it and drop the priority in that project and raise another.
I'd like to know if we're dropping projects because of that.
Dropping the priority, not dropping the project.
But it could be the same thing depending on how much money we get and how much we have to spend.
But dropping the project?
Dropping it down levels depending on what we're able to get through. If we only have X number of dollars and it drops down, it may or may not get done.
I'll go back to the same
gonna
thing
go
I said earlier.
Tier 1, tier 2.
They're not going to treat it any differently because it's T-SPLOS, not T-SPLOS. So if we're moving forward with the project, we got the same debate to have with Fulton. It's only a matter of whether we're having the debate now or later.
And we have done MOUs with them in the past. We're getting ready to let the one up on Abbott's Bridge from Jones to Parsons. We have an MOU in there that we're going to have.
Tom, in our experience, in the 10 years, in however many years you've been working on the projects, have we been paying for the water sewer relocations, or has Fulton been paying for the water sewer relocation?
Anything that's a widening, they've paid for them.
So when is it not paid for?
You start getting into sidewalk projects, all the utilities buck back on that.
Streetscaping.
Right. They don't feel obligated to.
Is that just
So therefore, we could just drop the sidewalk for some period of time if we needed to, because that's all about the
do it in
design.
conjunction with a widening.
But Tom, is that just a gentleman's agreement, so to speak, or just historical practice, or is that an agreement?
I think it's in your agreement with the utility in the city.
Right. For the franchise fee agreements deals with relocation of utilities. I don't believe we probably have an IGA with them for water sewer. But,
We do.
For utilities like Georgia Power and all that through a franchise agreement, that's standard language is that if you're doing a road widening, they'll move their utilities at their cost. If you're doing a beautification project, they're not touching them.
Unless you pay for it.
My question is, I don't want it to be sign this, trust us, is what I'm saying.
I hear you.
I don't want that.
But I attempted to get the answer to your
Yeah,
question.
I
That's
know
what we
you-
got, and it's in writing.
Okay.
Where are we?
Well, what I heard also was that we wanted this whole thing about Atlanta out on 13B.
Right.
Okay. Other feedback?
You said you had some, Mike?
Well, I went through it, and
Put
so
in a time frame. Can we put in a time frame
for what?
for the length of when the projects have to be completed?
But we're now dictating that across the board for all the cities, and I think that's
Well,
an.
somebody's dictating this to us.
But I guess my point is that we can set our own time frame. At the end of the day, do you care when Alpharetta gets their projects done?
I don't think we want to specify a time frame that it has to be done by. We want flexibility.
Well, even if we put some outside specifications, that's again, I think how we deal with that is within our own city.
I agree.
Because I don't want Alpharetta telling us when we're going to do our projects.
I want the flexibility to spend this over as long a period of time as possible.
Well, then what would be the point? I thought the whole point is to accelerate the projects.
My point is feasibility. Can we have this many projects? I don't want to be artificially constrained so that we got to jam, 6 years of projects into 2, or else we lose the money.
So this law can come back up for a vote in 5 years. If we don't consistently tie ourselves to the same time frames, we're saying this is one and done, but the rest don't. All they have to do is want to put it back on with 60% of the vote, and it goes back on. It's not as if it goes through the legislative process. So if we let ours go on, they can tell we're right back to where we are.
Okay, so that's interesting. So If the same threshold is true for a re-up, 60%?
Yes.
All right, well, then I'd want in the IGA that, can we have a condition in the IGA that says something other than that?
No, we can't change the underlying law. But let me give you a practical reality. Anyone who's silly enough to ask the citizens to vote on this again, when you haven't substantially completed the projects, we're pretty sure we know what the citizens' answer is going to be. They're going to tell you, go pound dirt.
The problem with that is we're saying we might take as long, but the other cities might say 5 years and 60%.
But in essence, we'll spoil it for the rest of them by taking a slower amount of time in all likelihood.
We won't, because if theirs are all completed, 60% go, they're in.
Right.
We're really...
And now we're stuck.
Now we're in a bad situation.
We're in the same situation today where Johns Creek can't control the vote, then they can't control it 5 years from now.
But again, that's the underlying law. We can't change that. Now, the law could be amended between now and whenever a re-up happens, because there's 5 legislative sessions at least before then.
Can we ask the person who wrote it to amend it?
In a future legislative session? We can make any request we want.
Like right now?
But they're not in session right now. They can't do anything.
So, Dick, there's nothing we could put into the IGA that would put in another decision point to avoid having to necessarily go forward with a 60% threshold?
Council, on the bottom of page 2, section number 3, the general language, before you get to, on page 3, the distribution of percentages, at least the first line is probably needs to come out, because that's what justifies the 0.5% to Fulton.
Where's this?
Page 2.
On page 2, under number 3, the first line says 1/2 of 1% of the net proceeds shall be allocated to the county to provide for any costs associated with the administration of the T-SPLOS program. My recommendation is, until they can justify any of it, that line comes out.
Yeah, the whole thing has to be restructured.
anyway.
Distribution percentages reflect the 0.5% too.
They don't, actually. They reflect the accurate percentages, and then it says that's on the top before you get to the percentage distribution.
Okay, I thought I read it the other way around. All right.
Or just take out the whole thing.
You're right.
Okay, and then section 3F, the request would be that be removed.
Yep.
Section
13, section 13, just delete.
Well, hang on. Section 10 is the audit. So the first sentence is true. The Fulton part doesn't make any sense. That's the overarching audit in section 10. I think I heard you all say that you don't see the need for that. I'm sorry, it's in section 11, I believe. Yes, it's section 11, not 10.
What's section 11 now?
If you look, it says, the county shall participate in a joint annual audit of the entire T-SPLOS program. That's the duplicative audit, I believe. And that's in section 11.
We better hurry up.
In section 13 is the Oversight Council, and I've heard you say you don't see the need for the Oversight Council, correct?
13A and B, delete.
Section 13A and B, delete.
Isn't this appropriate? We're doing this at midnight.
One thing to consider, if I could, on the Oversight Council, would y'all be opposed to the Oversight Council if it had a almost minimal to zero cost?
Yes, because it'll be a distraction.
Because the other way to look at it, and each of the counties that have done SPLOST have put one in, and basically it starts to answer the question from the public: is anybody watching over this to make sure that the taxpayers are being?
We're watching.
I was saying it's a perception issue.
Yeah,
but it doesn't cost.
I don't see a need for it.
Okay.
Anything else that the council wants to bring up at this time? Again, there's no IGA being agreed upon. All I'm doing is simply expressing the will of council in terms of redrafts of terms. Okay, I'll report back to council after the meeting. Should we move on?
All right, thank you, Mayor. The next item that we have would be public comment.
Would anyone like to offer any public comment at this time? Seeing none. Next
Thank you,
item,
Mayor.
please.
Next item would be mayor's comments, please.
I want to thank everyone for attending tonight, especially all of those who came out for the noise ordinance. I want to thank the council for the extraordinary amount of passion that we have for trying to resolve that issue, and I'll look forward to our discussion in 2 weeks, and I'm going to hope that you will take the time to try to give some additional feedback to our staff and to the stakeholders group so that they can do a very refined job in helping give us some good feedback and commentary. With that, council, there is a need for an executive session to cover land, legal, and or personnel, and I'll be happy to entertain a motion to that
I move we
effect.
adjourn to executive sessions to discuss land, legal, or personnel matters.
We have a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Broadbent, to adjourn to executive session to cover land, legal, and or personnel. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaprowski. We have a motion and a second to discuss land, legal, and or personnel. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of adjourning to executive session to cover land, legal, and or personnel, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned to executive session. We shall return. Yes.
Motion to adjourn out of executive session, Mr.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Councilmember Zaprowski. We have a motion to adjourn out of executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. We have a motion and a second to adjourn out of executive session. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of adjourning out of executive session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned out of executive session, and I can report that we covered 1 personnel, 2 land, and 2 legal issues. Council, seeing that there's no other business at this time, I'd be happy to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Councilmember Andres. We have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Davenport. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of adjourning, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.